seconds? Do we
Hello,
say text?
viewers and listeners. Jordan here, and welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play of D&D 5th Edition. Heroes of Thylea is a Lionhead Gaming production of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic adventure book for 5th Edition created by Arcanum Worlds. It blends classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an adventure of epic scope, storytelling, and heroes, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I've talked long enough. It's time for us now to begin. And we'll start off with a wonderful recap from Monsieur John.
Wonderful adjective, but alright. Oh, well, let's see here. What do we do here on our misadventurings of the hero Thylea? Well, we talked to Vulcan. He's the god of the forge. Father to Kira and Pythol. And he said he needed to go talk to some of his friends. Of a bit of a clan of dwarves, the Brightstone clan. To go talk to one of his buddies there named Prometheus. He lives a little bit outside of the proper city of Astoria, about an hour or so travel. Has a young daughter there named Jackson. She's a pretty fine young lady, not real keen on Grandpa getting into adventures anymore. She thinks he's a bit too old, but in all honesty, she just wants him to do something a bit safe. As they used to run things there over in the old Mithril mines. But apparently Thylea didn't really like much that, and so she sent some creatures in there to rustle some things up, bait it back some dwarves, and matter of fact, kill some dragons, as the mithril mines and forge were used to arm the old dragon lords back in the day. And, well, Vulcan made himself wonderful creations there. Creatures that seemed to be human in shape, but actually robotic in nature, having metal wings and armor all around him. That reminds me, talking about armor and Vulcan. Well, apparently he made armor for everybody in the group here, the old heroes of Thylea. Well, except for, Mercury and Sophia. Apparently he doesn't very much like the casters. It's fine, it is what it is, I suppose, but one of these days I'll make sure he makes me something real nice. Well, anywho, we went over there and talked to old Prometheus and got a bit of the lay of the land. Learning kind of what's in the old mines, and learned that there's this thing called the Forge Keeper. Now, apparently, back in the day, there was a bit of an oath made between Vulcan and Brightstone Clan and Pythol. Well, Forge Keeper is a fire elemental. Apparently, she got a little bit hot and heavy for old Pythor, and, well, he didn't quite feel the same way. Apparently, there was a bit of a rip in the old romance situation there, but if the heroes of Thylea are going to actually do something there in the forge, well, they might need to get that old fire elemental to swear a new oath. The group decided to figure out what best to dangle out there in front of them. Maybe it's Thamos, maybe it's a bit of helping society, making sure people live on after the Titans and whatnot. Well, we'll just have to get that old fire bridge when we get there. Now, Sophia had a whole bunch of questions for old Pythor, or not Pythor, Prometheus actually, and well, there was quite a few. She wanted to know more about what's inside the forge, what do we need to look for weapons and caches, and how big it is, and all that jazz. Well, I'll tell you what, it ain't gonna be no quick in and out adventure. It's gonna be way more than at least 15 minutes, I'll tell you that. But if we can do it, that means we got the forge back in the hands of those that can actually do something with it. Means we actually get some weapons, armor, and trinkets that, well, we can use actually to fight the Titans. And then we decided to sit back there and hold the story for a few days, plan, get ready, and get things situated before we headed on out. Sophia decided to buy everybody a horse. Now, I like Eddie, and I think Eddie's better than no horse there, but, well, I can't really tell old Sophia not to have a horse. So I begrudgingly took the gift from her, and, well, we rode off. As we're traveling through these mountain passes, we seemed to stir up a bit of trouble. Old Sidon there sent one of his dragon folk, whatnot, started to make lightning rain up in the sky. I think he's still just bitter because, well, he can't stop the old heroes of Thylea. he seemed to rustle up some trouble with some local centaurs, and well, they started charge after us. About, oh gosh, I'd say about 10, maybe 12 or so. As they started charging through this rain and lightning, heroes of Thylea, well, we quickly put them to bed as we started to make some defensive positions. As old Bartholomew seemed to just kind of hold up at the front line and beat these creatures back with a very large axe. Sophia, casting out spells and making sure that they weren't going to get too close to her. Well, me, of course, I took to the air and made sure I got a good vantage point. Fortunately, these old centaurs had some pretty strong bows that could pick out people up in the air. Took a few arrows to the knee and whatnot, but I survived. Soon they began to charge after old Theamos, Atreus as well, trying to spear them with their large spears. But we kicked their ass. We beat them back, 'cause that's what heroes do. And soon as the rain continued to fall on this battlefield, the only people that seemed to stand were those of us, beating back the hordes of Sidon's misunderstanding and jealousy. As we continue to rest up after this small battle, trying to figure out how we best get into this old Mithril forge, and make sure that we can turn this tide, beat back them damn titans, because I'll tell you what, I'm just so damn sick of being so picnicky, all dang old sassy.
Very nicely done, Mercury. As we come back in to the still falling rain, you all may reset your mythic inspiration and set it to 1. And it is just now the final moment of that battle. The rain still falling, washing the blood into the mud. Let me pull you on over. As you all also received 825 XP for that encounter, setting your XP total to 7,525, if you have not already done that.
Uh-oh. God, I'm stuck.
Where are you stuck, my friend? Oh, I'm stuck.
I can't get down. There we go. Everyone all right?
I'm uninjured.
Are you good?
As I exhale, my skin goes back to its normal furry color, and I nod at the.
Okay, that's weird. Oh, for fuck's sake, Snakes, where did you come from?
I've been here.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember. I guess I should probably heal us up. I don't know how much magic I have left.
Looking up at the sky, is there any sign of that strange blue dragon that seemed to trumpet the...
Yeah, that very large silver with blue cape wearing dragon does not seem to be around anymore. Clouds seem to start parting in the direction that you were heading, but nothing else seems to be in the sky.
Yes. Sophia starts rummaging through the bodies. I'm just going to walk up to them and start kind of kicking at them. Man, I tell you, I don't... Six limbs? I mean, that don't make no damn sense. Why they got so many limbs here?
I mean, Mercury, don't your wings technically count as limbs?
No, they're wings.
Sophia, what's the definition of limbs?
I mean, so they're like half horse, right, and half people. But when they're babies, I mean, like, how'd that work? Like, is the horse just normal? Because when a horse is born, a horse can just run, right? But when a baby's born, they can't do nothing. So, like, when one of these is born, they just kind of flap around or whatnot, or lay down all the time. I just don't get these creatures.
If I remember correctly from my studies, I kind of skipped class a lot, but I believe a limb is an arm or a leg of a person or a four-legged animal or a bird's wings. I mean, you're not a bird, but
Yeah, see, exactly. I ain't none of them things, so they ain't limbs.
I think they still count
No, you
as
just
limbs.
said they're either arms or legs or the wings of a bird. I'm a siren. I ain't a bird, and it ain't arms and
You
they ain't
have
legs.
wings.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna let you have
It's
that.
yeah, it's impossible.
Unless you're interested in collecting rudimentary trinkets or
Be so quiet, Jordan.
unless you're interested in collecting trinkets or the like, you don't find anything of value.
I'm gonna
Like where
The larger,
where'd they
more
even keep a
stout,
money bag?
they have like satchels and stuff on their like waist area and their back. The larger, more hardy of the centaurs, their longbows seem to be of pretty good make, but nothing extraordinary about them. They just seem to be well taken care of and that kind of deal.
Have you guys encountered that? What was that flying being?
I think that was a dragon.
Dragon.
Have you encountered him before? He seemed to
No.
know all of you.
I mean, if you haven't
Names
noticed, we're
of
kind of a
servant
big deal.
Poseidon. Think all of his quarters will be on watch for us.
Hey, Sophia, you notice that this one looks a little bit nicer than the other? Think he was their leader or something? It's a bit more well kept.
3 of these are all better made than the other. Maybe worth coin. I can't distinguish a leader between the 3 of them.
Like, is there anything like an alchemy wise that people use centaurs for or something? Like a hoof of a centaur? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of. They're relatively common creatures. Man, bring the horses.
Just call him
Is
man.
that guy's name, man? What's his...
Yeah.
So he has a name.
I'm not sure if he does.
His name is Menaeus.
Oh, Maneus.
Man.
To man.
That's close.
So, Sophia, his name's Maneus.
Get DM'd.
That's a nickname for him, man.
Bartholomew, I got a question for you.
What's up?
Like, what happened there? Like, your skin changed.
Oh, perhaps another time. With a cup of nail, I think I'll have a much easier time explaining that.
But that's like normal for you? Like, that's like you're not sick or nothing?
No.
Oh,
And
okay.
thank you for your concern.
Right. Oh, I'm gonna make sure you're all right.
I put my hand up so that the bird can like get on my finger.
Ibis perches on your finger.
Well, since
All right, let's
the
just walk our way
dragon
over to these
is off,
gigantic horses.
I guess we should just move on. Does anyone need to sit down for a bit?
Have I heard of any stories or anything, or any of us have heard of a dragon serving? Or is that just completely out of the blue?
There is
He was blue.
one bit of knowledge when it comes to dragons and titans. but it is pretty esoteric. Unless you were like really studying like that whole conflict. But you can give me a history check. It's moderately hard, probably like a 17. Oh damn. Do you have advantage on history checks?
Nah.
Yeah, just try to think of it. You think of like the only thing that hits your mind when it comes to dragons and titans. Try to think back is like you recall some stories of them trying to get dragons to work for them, or like maybe they tried to make dragons. Sidon and Lutheria have a very well-known reputation for creating things, and you think you remember they tried to make dragons before, but you don't really remember any more details than that. Besides, they weren't successful. So, as far as you can tell, this is completely out of the fucking blue.
Strange. The only thing I've ever heard of the Titans working with dragons is their attempt to create them themselves. But as far as I'm aware, that effort ended in failure. I've not heard of a dragon in these parts in a long time.
Fair.
I mean,
neither
something must
did
have
I.
changed.
There were rumors that there are dragons now in Mitros, but seeing one serving the Titans is unsettling.
Well, we were just told about the Dragon King going towards the mine. Well, not going towards the mine, but now that we're going towards there, it could be connected.
Yeah. Man, I don't know about
Something
y'all,
a
but
Dragon King? What?
I think we might need to.
Kristrax.
I need to rest a bit.
Kristrax is a
Not
dragon.
Dragon King, but King of the Dwarves.
He was the king of the dragons? How did I fucking miss that shit?
No,
King
no,
of the
no, he's the
Dwarves.
king of the Citadel, like the Brightstone player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the Crystal Dragon.
Oh boy.
Fuck.
Poor Brendan.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? King of the dragons? Oh, shit.
We're gonna create a whole.
Oh, lordy.
Why do you guys keep stressing Brendan out?
It's fine.
Could have also simply been an illusion to try to shake us before the attack. Sight of a dragon, wanting to make us wait. Who knows?
Possibly.
I mean,
That would actually make more sense. Like, I mean, why let the dragon just, attack us? If it was hiding
Indeed.
here.
I mean, I don't know. It sure seemed like the rain came with it.
Are there any dragons with power over the rain? I thought that would be Sidon's doing, whether or not there was a dragon.
I mean, Teamos, you know? I mean, you're kind of the dragon expert, aren't you?
What would I know? I don't think there's dragons that can make rain. I mean, maybe if the dragon does a very strong uppercut, maybe, but I don't think so.
Yep.
Yep. Hey God, do I know anything about when if Sidon what forms has Sidon taken in the history of Thylea? Like what are some images that are Sidon that people know of him being?
Historically, Sidon has been always associated, especially with water, with storms, with great waves and sea crashes. They say that, Sidon both sails through the air on storm clouds and crests along the waves on a, fleet of water horses. It's very kind of mixed bag, but it's always an association with water. Water, lightning, storms, wind. That is his overall motif and what he is known for. He's definitely not known for taking the form of a dragon. That is preposterous, it seems.
One way or the other, shall we continue on? Mercury, it doesn't look like your horse survived.
No, I think it's dead. I think that just might be a sign of the gods. I'm just supposed to have a donkey. I'm like, he ain't ever get hurt and nothing. Uh, I, I think I might need a rest. Hold on here. So just pull another arrow out of my stomach and throw it to the ground. Oh, hold on. So pulling out of my thigh and throw it to the ground. I
Lucky
I think
you,
I'm
those aren't
bleeding.
mortal.
I think I'm bleeding quite a bit.
Perhaps we should get away from the battlefield a little bit and then take a longer rest.
Great.
Are you okay to travel just a short ways, Mercury?
I mean, I figured out. Come on, Eddie.
If you want Mercury,
That's-
you could put on, share a suit on me. Wink.
I mean, I don't want to bleed all up on you.
I have healing magic.
What, you mean you can stop me from bleeding?
Mostly, possibly, kind of.
All right, well, touch my thigh right there.
Oh, nice.
That's
Let's see, I only have one cure wounds. There you go. That's all you get.
Oof.
One divine damage.
Oh, I went the wrong way. Hold on. That really hurt. Why does it tingle?
Perhaps it's just the form his magic manifests in.
I don't take whatever the fuck thing.
We found a resting place then.
Yes, further up the road. Perhaps some shelter from the rain as well.
Yes. Shelter would be nice.
Worst case
Mercury, if your
scenario, there's
feet
a-
tie, you can trade with Maneas and use his horse for a bit.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll walk. Nope, he can keep his horse.
However, you are injured and he is not.
Yeah, but I mean, he kept all the other horses safe and whatnot, and it's probably pretty scary for him.
I see no
I
point in convincing him otherwise. If he decides to walk with a wounded thigh, let him walk with a wounded thigh. It is his choice.
yeah, Nix knows. She's smart.
Couldn't you fly?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna hobble along and whatnot.
Flying would make more sense, but alright.
Evelyn, to stop questioning Mercury and just let him do as he pleases.
See, she's a wise one right there. Oh my god, look at the scary pumpkin guy. Look at this. Ah.
Oh my god.
Alright.
So we
Mercury,
go
in
off?
case you find yourself in a position before I was able to resupply before we... Anyone else needs medicinal cure? As I'll hand you a potion, Mercury.
Oh, what? Oh, this one of them healing potions?
Indeed.
Well, I'll save it, for a, can't really say rainy day, but another day.
Just
For worse wounds.
Yeah, I mean, I find that, sometimes potions are best used when, people really messed up, like in the middle of the, the scrap.
Great. Next, my memory serves me right, you are also running low on supplies, yes?
Yes, I'd appreciate some potions as well. Thank you, Sophia.
Ibis used the one that he was carrying. If we wish him to carry another, I can either provide him one, or we can provide him one from the store.
Here you are, then. I'm gonna give one to Mercury, one to Nyx, one to Nikki.
Okay.
I guess Nikki for
For Ibis.
Ibis.
Ibis, yeah.
jaw just unhinges. There's a little potion slot in there. You just shove it in the beak.
Like close this
No,
window. There we go.
his mechanical chest opens up and a little arm juts out to take it.
Okay, it like slots in too, like it goes in like one of those soda stream
just,
things
like-
and just attaches at the top.
Yeah. I want an alien mouth to pop out of there. Shoots out of his
Another
chest.
beak, another beak out of his, beak.
Yeah.
That's how he heals people too. He just like goes over like chest opens up and
Yep. With a real big needle.
Oh, Jesus.
I will do all of Ibis's sound effects.
Please don't.
Love it. That's great.
All right.
Trace, you doing all right?
Yeah, he's
You
coming.
good over there?
As you all continue on down the road, look at you intuiting the correct direction to go on this fork too. I'm proud of you. Continuing
I
up
mean, you
this
always
way.
go right.
The rain continues for a little bit. It is about noon at the moment. You're more or less done with your first leg of the travel day, coming into the beginning of the second. It doesn't really seem to stop. It slows down at points, and you're able to find a little bit of cover for, along the road, so to speak, as you are able to take a short rest there if you'd like during that second leg of travel. Or it now becomes the afternoon.
Wait, so short rest, I can use hit die.
Yeah, short rest.
You swap out
Jordan.
the rain. It's no longer
Jordan, I'm
medium.
terrible and I don't remember our map. Is the main layer 4 layers? Or 5? The Citadel.
The Citadel? Citadel is 5 layers. Citadel is 5 layers. Forge is 3 layers, which is 2 through 4. Yeah. And the layer is like a labyrinth, but not actually a labyrinth. A series of interconnected caves and shit.
Perfect.
It is now light rain. It's light rain time. There you go. Drizzle. And this rain seems to sort of follow, not so much follow you, but just sort of be sort of spread out throughout the region. Atreus, especially, spending so much time in the Agora, you would have heard, various farmers and the like complaining about a lack of water, lack of rain over these last few weeks leading up to the sacrifice. Only another, pinch point for the people of Astoria on the budding siege, so to speak, from Sidon and those centaurs. But it seems now rain has come to this region, and it is an unfortunate side effect that you're traveling through it. Unless you all talk about anything through your travels, it is the evening and you reach the little brown line there that you marked for your first day of travel. Quite unaccosted. Oh, move that. Going along the route. Everything seems to be pretty good. The environment gets more and more wild. The more beaten in paths start to get more like sort of muddy and grassy as you follow like offshoots and forks that lead in a direction that has not been traveled in quite some time. Eventually you come, after about a full day's worth of traveling, your first sign of any sort of like real shelter or cover comes in the form of some relatively grassy looking ruins. It doesn't seem like you're really going to get a break from the rain, so to speak, but your legs are tired, the horses are tired. Well, shitty camp's still a camp.
We find a place that is hospitable enough. I'll take care of the rain.
Well, this looks as good as it's going to get.
It's still raining. Ah, yes, it's still raining.
Oh no, I forgot to put the little thingamajig. Give me a second.
Boop. Oh no, we're dead.
Thingamajig.
It's all
Look at
dark.
you, guessing correctly. There you go.
I saw a ping. I don't know if it was you, but somebody pinged.
I did ping, but I realized I should have put the spawn marker.
Yes, this should be fine. I can set up a tent, and I have a rain catcher on the side of my horse. I'll set one up, and that way we'll have some more water.
Man, that's clever.
Wonderful.
I've been traveling for a long time.
Seem like I see a relatively open spot. Give me but a moment. I'll prepare the campsite.
Yeah,
So I'm
there's
gonna
these
go over
three
here.
large columns, and then this is actually just a flat stone disc on the ground here.
Yeah.
I accidentally stole the marker.
Nice. Gold star. Proud of you. Would Nyx know the history of any ruins around this part of the world? From either her length of travel or from visions that was given to her through Valis in the past?
Yeah, this is sort of a little bit off the beaten path for your travels. Most of your mountaineering life was spent much further south than you are currently. You haven't really gone north of the Archelon, so to speak, besides to get to Astoria. But you can go ahead and sort of just take a look at some of the ruins here, a little investigation, and see what you can piece together, perhaps. You can give me an investigation check. Because nothing comes to you, apparently. It's not like, yes, I know exactly where we are. Nothing instantaneous.
12.
You see some symbols on the stone platform, or basically just kind of floor in the middle of this sort of trinity established here. And it's strange. They're symbols that you recognize, except for one that you really kind of don't. You see what looks like a single hand coming out of the earth, and from that hand, at the wrist, seem to be just smaller and smaller hands coming out of the arm. And you see carved almost directly across from it what looks like a very strange looking curvy warped tree. Like the roots seem to almost spread out all the way across the stone, and the branches all seem to sort of go off into their own sections, almost like they're small little bundles of trees separated out on the top of it. And the last bit is strange. Looking at it, you think it's immediately think, this is just like a sun or a star. But looking at the star, you notice it has 3 points, 1, 2, 3 at each sort of angle of it, and at the end of those points seems to be a much smaller star. You can give me a religion check, see what you can piece together.
Nat 20, baby.
Damn.
So the collection of stars fucking baffles you. Even with your expertise in religion, you do not know what that symbol is connected to. It's strange to see it with these other two, though, because you know that the hand emerging from Earth, covered in arms itself, is a depiction of Kintamane, the hundred-handed, husband and protector of Thylea, and the tree from which every forest sprouts. That has to be Thylea. But what this other symbol is escapes you.
Nyx is just going to run her fingers along the markings of this circle. Could she figure out what these ruins might have been? Maybe assuming this was like a temple of worship.
It doesn't seem to be a temple.
No.
It seems to be almost like a marker of some sort, or like the word seemed to escape you. You would think like maybe like some sort of pilgrimage point, but that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing significant that you know of here. It seems strange. Maybe it's some paganistic thing. Maybe this is a ritual site, but its exact purpose seems to escape you.
What have you found, Nix?
Ruins do not come from nowhere, Inferior. This was a place once.
Of course.
Not sure of what. As Nyx goes through the markings again, her hand stopping at each one as she explains them. This here represents Cantamane. And then here is the Great Mother Thylea, but I'm not so familiar with this star. I've never seen it before. I wonder
Do I
if there are
bother
other
even trying to recognize it?
The star?
Yeah, I wouldn't, though.
I would doubt that you would know it, yeah.
I wonder if there are other deities older than even Thylea herself.
That
Um,
I don't. I wouldn't know. I don't know much about the gods, as it were.
I'll have to look into it. It's curious. And so with that, Nyx is gonna walk away from the tablet and then grab her tent and her rain catcher and start setting up her segment of camp.
Inferior will linger, kind of gently touch the symbol for Thylea. Say a little prayer.
I head up north to the empty spot. I start to walk a relatively large circle around in about a 10-foot radius circle or so as I just draw my hand across the ground as I go, as this gray line just seems to form where my fingertip leaves. That's what it looks like when I do a lot of my rituals. As I start to finish the circle, move to the center of it, and place my hand on the bottom. As you can see from my handprint, just this gray area starts to spread outwards until it finally reaches the edge of the circle, until it actually starts to build upwards into the air itself, until a large dome-like structure appears, made out of what looks like just the absence of color, almost like the darkness spell of sorts. That's just bubble of opaqueness, but instead of just pitch black, it's a strange gray. As a ritual, I cast me, some lemons tie me.
Tiny hut. Or you can give yourself a little 10-foot radius circle. You can throw it down somewhere.
Yeah. I lost it. I had it selected here a second. Here it is.
Yep. Wait. Uh,
If you wish to retreat from the rain, come inside. It will last for the night, and I will not be able to leave it until it's
the light. You just walk in.
just walk in. It will not impede you unless I wish it to.
Nyx like looks over as she was in the middle of setting up her stuff and just bundles it up again and walks over.
It ain't raining in here.
It is
There
not.
enough room.
For the horses, no.
I don't think Galileo can be tight fit.
I'm sure she said horses. Kello's not a horse.
It's true.
I just start laying down my stuff as I just sort of pull my bag apart and all the pieces within it to make sure everything's okay and start to dry stuff.
So, Sophia, how's this all work now? Like, what happens if we leave it? Like, can we leave it stuck in here?
You can all come and go. I cannot leave it, however. But
All right.
only those that I wish to come and go may do so. If we are attacked, they cannot penetrate these walls. Their projectiles, if they want to fire arrows at us, will also not be able to breach the walls. But if you find foes surrounding us, we can fire from within.
Shit, let's live.
It is not useful so much in combat, as it takes a bit to prepare, but given a bit of time, I'll find uses for it. For the meantime, it is simply meant for comfort.
Well then, Nyx bundles up her tent and reattaches it to Octavia's saddle, and then just sets up the rain catcher outside of the bubble before entering it.
Just like the rain, just like off.
I think I technically cheated. I think you were all actually supposed to be inside the bubble when I cast it, but we'll do that next time.
Yeah, just
We can roll hit dice, right?
We took a short rest.
Did that a while ago.
Yeah, this is at the end of the day at this point. At the end of the travel day is where you're at now.
So, like, does the rain just wick off of it and sheet?
Yeah, it actually like it's coming down in such now as time passes, the rain seems to just sort of go through the cycle of sort of light and heavy, and as some of the heavier cloud bursts occur, you can see the rain sort of go down in sheets off the side. It's actually a little hard to see outside just from the distortion of the water. And then sticking your hand
hold
out.
my water skid just outside of it, so all the water just goes right into the water skid. It's like, oh, hey, look at this! Whoop! Oh, it's full.
Easily able to collect some runoff. As what are we looking at here? We'll see 1, 2, 3.
Even
4.
the wet grass inside seems to be strangely dry as soon as the spell's cast.
So somebody is stuck out in the rain because you can only fit 9 creatures in there. Is that 8, 9? Oh, that is 9. All right, cool.
Yeah,
I
counted.
Menaeus hops into his infinite bag of tricks where he is protected from all damage and cannot be harmed.
Pokeball.
He's
hanging out with Eddie. It's fine.
Yeah, he's hanging out with Eddie in the damage dimension.
He can hang out here because Thamus's mount can't fit in here.
Yeah, no.
It's medium or smaller creatures. Can't be large creature. He can't get in here. Not allowed. So Menaeus can come and go as he tends to the horses, but he can come back inside to break away from the rain.
I like this. I like that. That way Menaeus is not neglected. He would leave you a bad review on Yelp, on Greek Yelp.
Basically, I'm telling people sorry, Menaeus.
Sorry, need the familiar space. Sorry. Ooh, sorry.
Darius wasn't here.
I just can't rust.
Yeah.
Ibis is canonically made out of chrome.
Well,
a lot shinier than you thought.
Isn't Ibis also a construct?
Yeah, I know.
It wouldn't count with the
creature.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's all taking the first watch?
I can take the first.
Oh, Sophia.
All right. I mean, I think I might need to get quite a bit of rest. I might take last. That's right.
I'll take the second.
Fine by me.
Okay. I'll take third then.
What time is it?
Right now, at this point, it's probably about 6. You guys set out pretty early in the day.
PM?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So it's actually early evening at this point. So you got up really early and set out pretty fucking early.
Like, our long rest is gonna end at, what, like 4 in the morning?
Yes, early morning.
We'll set out early then.
Yep.
Okay. The Trace, I mean, because the Trace isn't particularly tired, he's just gonna do light activity until like 10.
That'll push your
Just
start
whatever.
time to be later.
Either way, we have about a half day's travel ahead of us before we reach the place.
Oh, well, whatever. You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? Like, sit and twiddle my thumbs until it's time to go to bed? What else am I supposed to do?
Conversate with your friends and allies as...
Is that light activity?
Yeah, it's part of it. Jesus.
If we want to take a
Right.
10-hour long rest instead of an 8, you know
Yeah,
what?
you can
I
do
can
that.
recast the bubble. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can recast the bubble from inside the bubble, I believe. So
I have to.
Like, I don't have anything against about like waking up at 4. Just, guys, we're probably still going to be asleep. Unless everyone starts going to bed at like 6 or 8.
yeah, all in all, combined with the any sort of prep changes or whatever the next day, who knows? As you all settle down here in this sort of strange place, a place that seems to defy even your pretty extensive knowledge from your experience, Nyx. Having fought off a centaur warband and discovered that there are dragons working in cahoots with the Titans. As you would find your long rest to be uneventful. Nothing accosts you. It goes by peacefully and without disturbance. Though if there are any conversations anyone wishes to have with each other, feel free to do so now. Throughout the night.
Conversate.
Before we all have our long rest, probably just go over what I had conversation with Vulcan last time we talked, just to let everyone know of what's going on. The rough of it is we'll basically be heading into a 3-sectioned city. The citadel itself, the largest, we'll be bypassing at the start, heading into the forges. Forges are smaller or middle tier of the 3, made of 3 different stories, getting progressively smaller the further deeper into the earth we go. There's a tier that remains above it in the citadel, but we cannot reach it, not immediately. The 3rd tier would be the lair of the dragon, but, well, Prometheus did not know exactly how large that lair was. Traverse from one layer to the next may take as long as half an hour to an hour, depending on how labyrinthine it is. It is not a small place. You think of walking from one end of the city to the other, well, it is about 3 times the size of Astoria on a single tier. The largest tier, but still, there's a very large amount of ground to cover, to search. Very easy to be lost, if possible. Besides what we know, there are rumors of caches of equipment within the forges, but that is all that Prometheus knew. Besides relics hidden in a vault somewhere within the citadel itself, most likely its deepest quadrant. If we free this place, we may want to seek them out. From what Prometheus says, the Hound, this multi-headed dog creature, is not something that we would be able to face. Apparently it was able to strike down several dragons in its prime if it still remains. it would be something we'd want to avoid at all costs. Hopefully, finding a way of borrowing it from the forges so that they can be made. If we can seal it within the lair or the citadel, then so be it. If it has free reign over the forge, then we would not be able to access it or use it in future endeavor. Besides that, I have these, as I hand out some oils. These are to protect us if we do run afoul of it. Protects you from flame, or even if we run into hostilities with the Forge Keeper. Just spread it across your armor, and it will protect you quite well against heat. If you spread it across a weapon, it will change its properties to burn instead of cut, but it will not particularly do any more sustaining damage than a simple slash of a sword. Simply useful against things made of, well, more impervious equipment. Simple steel, or iron, or copper, or bronze. I don't remember what we used. Bronze? Bronze Age?
Lots of bronze, yeah.
There you go,
Yeah.
bronze.
Steel it exists, but
Besides the hounds that we faced before, I would warn against other inhabitants of the place. Subterranean creatures, possibly things like the oozes we saw before, creatures magical, possibly in nature, that has taken up the place after it's been abandoned, but also insectoid creatures, possibly, and most notably, though, if we find anything in large number, it may be troglodytes, humanoid creatures of middling intelligence, but still ferocious in what they are. They are, well, not really meant to be reasoned with. Besides that, I will point out as we go along the things that I've tried to keep track of where we are, but that's all we really know. The place has not been searched in a very long time, and much of what they do know may simply be wrong, changed in the passage of time, and we will not know until we actually see it. Any questions?
Do you have a planned path to get where we need to go in there?
Depends.
I have an idea for sneaking past the beast. It would probably come in handy.
From where we
Assu-
enter. I'm sorry. What was that?
Assuming the creature sleeps, if we were to enter while it is sleeping, I have a spell that can encase all of us in a sort of a bubble similar to this, but no sound can be created within. We all stay close. We could get past the creature without it even knowing we are there. Short of it having a strong sense of smell, but I'm hoping there are other scents within the mind that would distract it.
Wonderful. Well, planned path. Like I mentioned before, we'll be entering the topmost layer of the forge. From there, we have two paths. We can venture to the Citadel, the largest area within this underground facility, or to the lair of the dragon. Where the other key is would be hard to tell. The best course of action, if we think we can have an amicable relationship with the Forge Keeper, is to seek her out. Try to obtain the first key, or at the very least learn more of where the second lies. She may be the only friendly presence within this place, and will know much more than anyone on the outside.
What are the keys for?
They are to reactivate the forge.
I thought she was the key.
She
Does
has
she
one
possess it?
key.
She owns
There
one
are
of the keys, but there is another.
Know where that is?
Do not know. Possibly within the forge, possibly within the citadel, or the Prometheus was not exactly sure.
Hmm.
My advice: go to the forge and search its deeper layers to find the forge keeper. Beyond that, any other plan would be working off no real information, unless we simply seek the deeper rifts of the citadel to try to find the treasures it lies or holds within. That is all.
I see.
I believe Chris Drax may or may not have that other key. Perhaps instead of going straight through the citadel, we could go to his lair first. That way we can see if he's even alive or what became of him, as Prometheus asked.
True enough.
His lair is within the citadel, right?
No. There are 3 tiers. One, the citadel, the largest and deepest. The second, the forge, middling between the 3. It has 3 layers, while the citadel has 5. The third of these structures, think of them as 3 cones turned upside down underground, like 3 spires, but instead of reaching up towards the sky, they reach downward. The third layer, Prometheus was not sure how deep it went. It could be a single layer, or it could be the deepest of the 3. Either way, there's only one way to the lair from each of the citadel and the forge. I'll draw a quick diagram and show you what I don't know how to put this on the thing. Let's do it live.
Whoa!
Like to draw it on the map? Draw it on the map.
Yeah. So
Just zoom out so the stream can see.
take this as being the land which we walk. Yes. The citadel begins at the edge of the ground, where the surface breaks into the mountain, or the hills, I suppose, where the main gate would be. That's not a circle. My circle. There we go. The main layer of the citadel. It goes down 5 layers, getting progressively smaller as you go along. The forge is further away, broken outwards away from the citadel. This is where we will be entering, as the side entrance bypasses the citadel and enters the forge on the far side. The citadel goes down 3 tiers. Between the 2, but again a triangle formation, is the lair itself, connected in the medium ring or the top ring of the forge, and possibly goes lower. We do not know. Bridges connect the citadel and the forge. Each layer connected by a bridge, but only one bridge connects the forge and the citadel to the. Does this make sense?
There's only one
Oop,
only
the
one
lines
correction.
are wrong. Yep, my bridges are wrong. Whoops.
It's the top
Boop,
layer of the forge goes to the
boop.
second layer. Yep. And
There
then,
we go.
Just for the record, the connecting points between the layers to the other 2 parts are not bridges. They are long tunnels.
Gotcha. Not empty space in between, though. Tunnels. I say bridges for I don't know why I say such things.
Connective
Oh no, the
purposes.
citadel to the forge is bridges. That's the difference.
Ah! So there is empty space in between the citadel and the forge, connected by bridges. The connections between the forge and the citadel to the lair are not bridges. They are deep tunnels leading towards the lair.
Good job.
Yeah, if you took this drawing out of context and told me it was crop circles, I would believe you.
Alright, so the current plan that we are going for is we arrive
We arrive here.
here.
Yes.
Alright. So that would be perfect. From there we can go to Chris Drack's lair and see what is going on there. I don't want to dwell too long because we're not even sure what these keys look like. Just long enough for us.
I think we need to start with the forge.
The
Speak
forge.
to the fire elemental. It's the only way we're going to know. Do you guys hear the alarm?
It's very loud in
Yes.
this dome.
Okay, stop. I lost my words.
We
We
start in
need
the
to go to the
forge.
forge because we need to speak to the fire elemental. One, she's going to show us what the key looks like, and two, if she finds us in there before we have a chance to talk to her, rummaging through the lair, she might immediately assume we're just thieves.
Yes, that's correct. Good point.
The keys
Do
look
we,
like perfectly spherical rubies with a dancing flame within. But I still agree that we should find the Forge Keeper first.
do we know what layer it is that we can find her on?
Somewhere within the Forge. Most likely when it's in its inner depth.
And the beast is probably within the first layer?
The citadel, right?
No, that's a separate part of the forge.
The the beast is in the citadel, not the forge. That
We
is
do
why
not know.
Prometheus told us to go to the forge first, correct?
The Forge is the only entrance we can reach from the surface. The entrance from the Citadel has been blocked off long ago when they abandoned the place, barricading the main entrance through land. We do not know where the beast is. We believe it would most likely be able to transverse from the Citadel to the lair and the Forge. But again, no one has been there in a very long time. We do not know if it even still resides within the place, and who knows if it took up the lair itself, resides in the Citadel, or has taken the Forge for its own.
I see.
Okay, so when we enter, we don't need to take any like bridges to get to the bottom layer. We can just like go in and then go down, right?
That's correct.
All right, so we go in, we go down, we find my father's ex-girlfriend, and then we go back and go to the lair, and then what? We just go back to the forge and
We
relight it.
try to find the key, yes.
Mhm.
If we can guarantee the loyalty of the Forge Keeper and the two keys, we can relight the Forge. I think the most important, though, something that will mean this be successful and not, is if we find the beast, making sure it cannot make its way to the Forge. If we find it in the Citadel, then the bridges, most likely, will need to be severed, and so will the tunnel. If the beast has free reign over the Forge, we could not send anyone there to work it. Vulcan
Yes.
could not work the Forge if the beast could reach.
And this is, of course, assuming the beast is in the citadel and not hiding among the forge. And if it is hiding among the forge, then the plan would be to simply lure it down one of the tunnels far enough before we collapse them.
Agreed.
Understood.
The last point of interest is the vaults in the Citadel. I believe in its deepest layers. Prometheus spoke of relics, those things in which we are building this forge for, so that they can be forged anew, refilled with their, I suppose, power of the gods to fight the Titans. If we have time, resources, and the ability, we may want to seek out such a place.
If we could draw the beast away, then we could explore the Citadel.
Indeed. Best possible situation, I believe, would be to lure the beast into the lair and cut off the tunnels without. That would leave the Citadel and the forge for free reign for anyone who
Yes.
could use it, namely us.
What if we were to try to collapse the tunnels on top of the beast?
What the tales say, it is formidable. Maybe possible. I do not know.
Does anyone have tunnel collapsing capabilities?
It would take me a very long time to do so. Not possible. All the place is built very steady, and the feasibility of it all, I'm not sure of, to be honest.
Perhaps the Forge Keeper would know of explosives from the mines that we could use.
Possibly. That's all
Well,
the
I'm
information
tired.
I have.
Can I?
Good night, Thamos.
As I swipe away the map.
I like how you managed to misspell Chris Strax twice, even after I told you how to spell it.
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
Done. Well done. As quite very much enjoyed that. I think Brendan's a little shit out of luck, 'cause I think he's still sitting on some training points after hitting 10. But Melanie and Nikki and Nick, go ahead and get yourself a training point each.
Training point.
Cool.
I'm so close to 10, guys.
Me too.
As unless there's anything else, the night passes uneventfully besides your in-depth discussion, distribution of knowledge, and a bit of planning or trying to figure out the overall framework for a plan, and you find yourself well rested after a calm, long rest. The rain finally abating sometime in the middle of the night, and able to start off on a new day, as it is currently, let's just round up a little bit and say it's like 5 a.m. The birds are starting to wake up and all that nonsense.
Nyx is going to begin meditating for a few minutes as I try to prep some new spells here.
I pay Maneus. Start preparing my spells.
You all eat rations and don't use Vulcan's cauldron, cries.
We can use his cauldron. That's all we have it for.
What money?
We cauldron us.
I ditched my rations because they were
Actually-
too heavy, so
Cauldron
I
us
need
gruel.
coal.
You know, actually, I cast create food and water. Get wrecked.
Oh boy, so we're getting gruel anyways.
You know what? tasteless food for like what a third level spell slot? Get the fuck out of here.
Welcome, nutrients. It's everything
What are
you could ever
swapping,
want.
bud? That microphone is somewhere.
It's somewhere. Swapping out Featherfall for Bless.
Ooh, okay.
Work mic here. Mic here. Where's Sarah?
Switch spells. Cheater.
UA class variant features, baby.
Ooh.
Nothing I can't handle. All right. As it is, let's see. Let's advance the date 1 day. Currently morning, dawn. What are we looking at? That's not gonna work. I'll take that, as the weather is a mild spring day with a light breeze and the sky is overcast from the rain of the last few days. Not seeing a lot of sun, but thankfully not covered in rain again, as Nyx is bleeding out still.
Oh, right.
Bleeding.
Nyx is gonna refill her water skin with the rain that she caught in her rain catcher from the
Yeah,
previous
your rain
night.
catcher gets you quite a bit of
yeah.
water. Able to fill up everyone's water skins.
Is there a
quite
lot
handy.
left
There's a fair
to
amount.
hydrate the horses? Good. I hydrate my horse.
Octavia is quite happy with the fresh rainwater.
So Vyrix will also partake if you are willing.
The Ryrix hydrates himself by absorbing the water of the air. I'm just kidding.
Right,
Yep.
he was just out in the
Just
rain. He
digs
is
his
made
roots
of
into the
plant.
ground.
He is hydrated. He is fine.
Horses are well watered.
He put down his roots
Yeah.
and slept.
Nyx,
It's getting bigger
But-
and
but
bigger
yeah,
because it's full of symptoms.
but yeah, Nyx doesn't offer. She just does her own thing, and if there's any water left over, she wraps up the rain catcher and fastens it to her saddlebag, so she just has thing of water. Dang.
Yeah. So, in short order, let's say after eating some food, prepping some spells, etc., it is about 6:30 now, and you all break down camp and head on out, getting back to traveling, trying to get to the Mithril Forge, as they'll bring you back over to the world map, all that junk. And as you cross a bit of distance, you start to see the sort of large inlet bay off in the distance, where what feeds the Archelon River in the first place, and you can see way off in the distance a massive stone hand jutting out of the ground, contorted into a fist, almost like the ground itself just reached up to punch the sky. And it's about a ways away off. You can see it at the edge of the horizon, just peeking over. And another one contorted up, almost like it's grasping at something that it can't reach, at the northeastern corner. And as you push down further and further, I need that line to be there, thank you. You see, cresting over a hill, another hand. This one seeming almost to be like sort of waving at something, but you can see from it the ring finger just seems to be gone, only having 4 fingers upon its hand.
This is where we stop.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't see an entrance.
Look for the hand with 4 fingers.
Right.
And we have to look for a wooded path.
It's a ways off in the distance, though. Yeah.
Oh, we gotta
keep going.
get there.
At the
Yeah,
hand.
I
That's where we
think we
stop.
gotta get.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
you
gotta
gotta,
cross-
cross,
up
you gotta
in there.
cross over the river, and you'll be up close and personal with it.
Yep. Y'all figure out what we're doing when we get there. I mean, I went to bed real early last night. We got a plan in place.
First thing that we're going to do is we're going to go into the forge and find the forge keeper.
Right.
We need to
Do
speak
we
with her.
have do we have gifts for her?
Well, man, I've been working on a song.
I have been working on a trinket.
As well as I.
Perfect. I mean, that's 3 gifts.
We don't have to present them to her immediately. Wait to see which of us it is that she is most attracted to and go from there.
Remember,
Did
if
you
something has to be given, the oil may protect you during the.
did your father give you any advice on how to handle her, Theomos?
The relationship between me and my father is difficult, and sometimes when he tells me things, it kind of goes in one ear and out the other. So
Oh no.
I
Nick
see.
doesn't remember the conversation.
Wait, so you didn't listen to what your pa said?
I mean, it's just a lot of hot air, honestly. It's just so exhausting listening to him speak sometimes.
I hope you two
Even when that
patch things up at some.
No, you go ahead, Mercury.
It's. I hope you patch. Maybe when he stops.
Maybe when he stops.
What'd you say, Merger?
But yeah, it's fine.
Oh, we
What?
lost John.
What?
What'd you
Oh
say?
no!
Yeah.
I said
It
maybe
kind
when he
of.
stops drinking.
Okay.
Oh, he's been. He can't drink for like another. How many days has it been since then? It's been like 2 weeks, I think.
Oh, well, that's good then.
Yeah, after we speak to the Forge Keeper, we try to secure her trust, and then we're going to go down into the lair. At some point, pretty sure the Forge Keeper will be able to tell us the situation with the beast, and we should be able to make a concrete plan on how to deal with it then.
And if we come across the beast sooner than that, I've got a spell I've prepared today for us to be able to sneak past it. I'm assuming it's asleep, but I'm betting on that.
It is not always wise to count on our enemies being unawares.
Oh, of course not. Creature is awake, I have another way around that too. Wouldn't be the first time I've taken a monster's gift of sight. Can't do much if it can't see us.
Just keep your wits about you until we reach that point. Going to be a
Precisely.
treacherous journey from here.
Indeed. A treacherous journey indeed. Though it has been relatively easy, all things considered. You had your one centaur warband, but the terrain has not really posed too much of a problem for you. You've managed to cut your way through and up some old abandoned paths thanks to the efforts of Sophia acquiring horses to keep your own personal need to move yourself pretty low. It has been a relatively easy journey, though that seems to be coming to an end. As you're progressing down this path, this dirt road, you can see grass growing out of what used to be a well-worn path, but has now not been used in quite some time. And as such, nature, in its ever-persistent way, has begun to reclaim this area. Wildlife and the like springing and jumping and bounding about, birds flying through the air, and off ahead you can hear the rush of water, the inlet from which the Archelon, well, starts, crosses in front of your path. Large, deep, and fast moving, you find yourselves in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah, onward. Path may become treacherous. We may have to leave the horses behind, leave them to.
So you find yourselves coming in on the right-hand side of the map here.
Ah! Being trampled by horses.
In the wide Archelon rushing past quite quickly, you can see the water foam and white on top as it rushes down to the south. And a large stone bridge you can see would have arched over it, except it is gone. What do you do?
Well, that's unfortunate.
Prometheus spoke of following the river south. Not sure if we need to cross it quite yet.
It's far too long to jump across.
Follow the river south. When it turns east, we head north.
But that's only after we've gone through the wooded path to the main entrance.
Are we not on the wooded path?
No.
Are we at the hand yet? We're not at the hand yet.
You can literally see the hand a lot closer, cresting over trees on the opposite side of the river.
Okay. I thought we already passed the hand.
I got you.
Never mind then. Let me press on.
Well, I mean, I would, but, the river.
Indeed.
There's a slight blockade in our path.
We could get a rope across to help stabilize ourselves. But again, we'd have to leave the horses behind. Unless risk them breaking leg.
How deep does the water look to me? Can I see the bottom?
Your vision is pretty potent, and there's lots of sun. So looking down at the bottom, you can see quite clearly, Bartholomeos. You can see chunks of stone with this, it looks like rotted wood jutting out of it at the bottom here, with a few sort of slightly larger sort of rock platforms. It looks like this thing actually is pretty deep in the center. You wager probably 10 to 14 feet deep at the deepest.
Not only is the current strong, but I don't think the bed, laced with all these stones, would allow our horses to make it across in any kind of way.
Agreed.
Is there a safe area that Linnaeus can take the horses?
No. Manus, take the horses. Find a shelter around here, something we can find if you see us back. We may be gone a few days.
Aeneas is packed for the road, and will be able to tend to the horses quite safely for, you estimate, at least a week.
If we don't return in a week, return without. As I'm gonna give him 7 gold for his next week's pay if we don't return.
How do we get across?
I can do something to help. Won't be much, but something. So I'm gonna start a doing wizard things, all the ritual.
Hey, Bartholomeos, no reason. How much do you weigh?
I
Whom
actually
are you
don't know.
asking? Oh, Bartholomeus.
Okay, let me see. I try to pick Bartholomeos up.
I say I'm north of heavy.
I I am fairly certain it would require you to perform a feat of strength to have a hope at lifting him.
Sure, I'm a strong boy. I don't know what a fear strength is.
What weight
Could be a
was like
miracle.
400, 500 pounds?
These was
Oh,
just
the
strength
weight?
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can carry at maximum 533 pounds. Of course, you have to subtract the shit you're already carrying. You can lift a weight up to your maximum load over your head, or deadlift up to twice that for a number of rounds equal to your strength modifier. So you could hold, because I don't think Bartholomeus weighs north of 1,000 pounds. So,
But, like, can I estimate around how much? Does he weigh more than 500 pounds?
he does weigh more than 500 pounds.
Okay.
That's without
Tall
my
is-
gear.
Yeah, with
Tall
all
are
of your
you?
gear,
8 feet.
tall.
I see the way you guys are thinking. Am I gonna be a problem here? Should I just try and jump across this like a badass?
No.
That might be
Yeah,
too far even
like
for
fucking
you.
the mountain is only 6'9" and he's 400 pounds. You're probably like 700 pounds.
Yeah.
Ivis is scouting across the river to see if there's anything there that could help us, or up and down the riverways.
Looking,
I got 50 movement. I can probably dash and then leap to see if I can make it across.
I think you can jump up to, what is it?
I think twice your
Your
strength
strength?
score?
Just your strength.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
can jump a
just
little
your-
bit further with an athletics check, but that's DM fight. See, you know, it's usually like, hey, you need to jump 25 feet instead of 20. So the digital rule is like, yep, you can jump 20 feet if you got 20 strength.
With a long jump, you could go that far. You would need 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 more feet.
Right,
of
but
jump.
at what point, like, how deep is...
How deep what?
No, actually, that's not even the question. It's like, how high up is this bridge area compared to the water?
The section that remains is about 4 or 5 feet off the ground. It looks like it starts arcing up and it's just broken.
It's not all that high.
Yeah, not a very impressive ramp.
I wish this log was on our side. Freaking just pick it
Well-
up and bring it over there.
How long is it? This log?
It seems to be pretty long.
It's about
Would
about
it-
enough to get us across the deep part.
If we put it like,
About 30 feet long.
if we put it like here. Wait, why can't I? There we go. If we put it like here, it's still 50 feet.
How do we get over there to get it?
Well, if we send Ivis with a rope,
Did we
Ivis
lose
might
John
be able to
entirely?
What?
Yeah, seems like it. Like he's offline. Maybe his internet went kaput.
Yeah,
Please.
John.
He said he needs to leave. So
Oh,
I
need
feel
to
like
leave.
Something must have come up.
Yeah.
Is
He
what
was
I'm
looking behind
presuming.
himself before.
Family showed up or something.
Hmm.
Oh,
Maybe it's a strong wind.
But if we wanted, we could try to see if Ivis could like secure a rope to the log and we could drag it back across. But I don't know.
Brendan,
it
you're in
still
charge
might
of
not be
Mercury
long
unless he
enough.
returns.
Walk it out. I don't actually have control over them.
seriously, I can get across. I could probably get Sophia across. Maybe Nyx and Furia. I don't think I can get you across Atreus. All your armor might be too heavy. And I definitely can't get you across Bartholomeus.
I could just try swimming it, I suppose.
How deep is it again?
Like
At
14
its
feet.
deepest point, it's 14.
how fast is the current going from what we can tell?
Looking at it, it is going fast enough to foam at the top. It is moving very quickly.
There's some rapids. Alright, Bartholomeus, me and you, solidarity. Too fat to get carried. Solidarity.
Yeah, Mercury just flies.
Oh yeah, Mercury could tie the rope. Ibis wouldn't even have to. Can I send Ibis to scout a mile downriver and a mile upriver? Because he can go a mile away from me.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute process, but you can start doing that.
I will send Ibis to scout to see if there are any better crossing places up and down river. It should take a few minutes, but it will be well worth the time, I believe. And off you go.
Too dangerous to swim in, too deep regardless, and too far to jump over.
Guys, what are you
If
ritual
there's-
casting over there, wizard lady?
Just an unseen servant.
Gotcha.
Just to have a helping hand.
Is it affected by physical forces and such?
It can fly.
Okay.
It can just move around.
How far can creatures like horses jump?
Strength mod. Not strength mod, strength score.
Strength score still.
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna come over here to where I see the least amount of debris at the bottom of the river.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna start walking in there.
Bartholomeo's.
All right, roll
We
initiative.
can wait for.
As it starts getting higher and higher on my
Initiative?
chest. Okay. Alright.
All of us or just Bartholomeo's?
All of you.
What did you do?
I'm sorry, this is kind of my thing.
Oh yeah. We wage war on sight and in this moment, and we decide to stab at the water with our spears.
Not technically what I did, but yeah, I guess.
As you step into the river Bartholomeos, the first few steps, this first sort of space here seems to be pretty calm. It just seems to sort of lap up at the ground, but the second you step another 5 feet in, it seems to sort of sharply divot down. You find your foot going farther down than you expected. It's not 14 feet deep, but all of a sudden you have about 5 feet worth of water slamming into your right hand side, trying to pull you down river. As I need an athletics check, DC 17.
Alright.
Oh gosh. Nice.
I'm not supposed to have advantage. Am I supposed to have advantage?
No.
I'm not supposed to have advantage.
But with a 24, you can continue your plod through this river as the water slams into you, moving 10 feet forward.
Alright. I hold my breath when... Well, I guess I'm not there yet, but once it gets...
As you see Bartholomeos sort of fording his way across, and as you cross into this point, Bartholomeos, there's no more ground for you to stand on. You're going to have to start swimming in order to keep advancing.
Okay.
As
Do I give you a check for the swimming?
Yep, I need another athletics check, DC 17.
Oh, this rock is too deep.
As you fail, yeah, it is. As you fail, you can feel the water sort of start to take you off. Now, without anything to sort of root yourself against, you just find yourself getting pushed way downstream quite quickly. As you move 25 feet downstream, and you're able to move 5 feet forward.
Alright. I see the game. I see it.
Well, you're gonna get there eventually.
Everybody go to the top of the screen and we'll be fine.
Yeah. As long we have
Speak
enough
for
river, I'm pretty
yourself.
sure the river is long enough that
You
we
fail
just
twice
keep
in a row,
going at
bad
it.
things start happening, so I wouldn't try that.
Okay.
I need
well,
some
keep going.
Tetris. I need some Tetris music. I'll be fine.
No, there's a void down here. Watch out.
It does eventually lead to the Great Falls, which would be a problem.
To the typical waterfall of death.
As is tradition. So go ahead, and now if you want to keep going across, give me another athletics check.
Oh no.
Yeah, so now you find yourself just caught in this current. It's just overpowering you as you try to plod through it. All your gear, your overall bulk, it's too much drag as you're just using all of your energy now to not get swept away in this roaring water. As what did you fail by? Oh geez, you failed.
Yeah, I failed a lot.
You failed by 5 or more. For 17. As I need you. You see Bartholomeos advance into the water, and he starts to make good progress. And then you notice he has to start sort of putting his arms into the water. And with just these titanic splashes, you see him just start getting dragged across the river, pulled with the current, and now he can no longer sort of move forward. And you see his massive horns just dip below the water as he gets pulled underneath. As you take 10 bludgeoning damage as you are just dragged against the riverbed and smashing into rocks and the like. It is not at all pleasant, and you are considered suffocating without held breath. So you have con modifier rounds until you are unconscious, unless you can get back to the surface.
All right,
How do
so
we fix this?
that's
Panic.
looking at
Panic.
Seeing Bartholomew
3.
Out of the water.
go underneath, do any of you want to do anything?
What can we do?
I watch. Mercury also
I can-
watches.
I can throw a rock tied to a rope in this trying time. I doubt you can reach it. But the rock will be a weight. At least I'll be able to get maybe enough velocity to throw the rope at Bartholomeus.
Ooh, I have an idea. Okay, so Thylea is going to walk up to the edge of the water, hold out both of his hands toward. Oh, no, it's not my turn, yes. I don't know. Sure. As I will reach out towards Bartholomeus as a small tornado seems to stem from my fingertips and blow out towards him as I will attempt to just avoid them.
Ah, it's a good fucking spell for this.
All right.
Moses parts the Red Sea.
Blowing air underwater.
Push. Push.
All right. Bartholomeus, you are pulled underneath, able to see, having to just use the oxygen that you already had in your lungs, and you can see just this gout of bubbles and just disturbance in the water just cut through in your direction, seeming to sort of start to push against you, against the current. It feels like as you can resist or you can fail. You're not really sure what's going on, but what do you do?
You said I can resist or I can fail.
Yeah, because it's a saving throw.
It's all about the wind push, right?
Yeah, you can see
Not
just this gout of air and like bubbles cutting through the water and pushing against the current. So you can intentionally fail and let this counter force carry you. Or you can struggle against it.
Because I noticed that it's going a different direction, I try to go with that.
All right, willingly.
I just
failing.
let it take me.
As I'll say, with this, in this particular situation, the gust of wind will bring you back up to the surface and 5 feet diagonally from where you are currently. As you're able to breach the surface once more.
I take another breath, obviously.
Yep. Anyone on anyone else's turns?
I was saying that he's relatively okay.
Just studying his
wind.
struggle.
Jesus.
Yeah, Trish just has like a worried look on his face.
As it comes back to you, Bartholomeus, you can feel this gust of wind sort of sweeping over the top of you and pushing up against the back of you. It seems to be aiding you quite handedly, as you will... You'll not have advantage on the athletics checks, but they will be slightly easier now with this burst of wind at your back.
All right.
As you try to move forward, just barely able, thanks to the wind at your back, able to push forward another 10 feet, but now finding yourself outside of it.
Yeah, easy peasy,
You're
guys.
so close. You're so close.
It's just a walk in the park.
You see Bartholomeus plodding himself forward now. Back on the surface, you can see his shoulders again as he seems to get closer and closer to the edge. Mercury watching on from on high, flapping his wings, caring not in the world. As Theamos can you reposition it?
Yep.
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
He can also, if he moves, it stays blowing in that direction. So if he just moves like downwards, it can still stay in that direction it's blowing it.
Nice. As once again you can feel that current, like a really strong sort of jacuzzi jet, like a really strong one blowing at your back.
Oh, I'll just stay in this then. This is nice.
Yeah, just as you still need to keep pushing yourself forward as it comes back to you. Theamos continuing to hold on to that magic. Everyone else continuing to observe, hoping perhaps that you'll make it across as it comes back to you. Easily able enough. So now with the wind at your back, the shore right in front of you, you're able to dig deep, find the strength you need, and push forward another 10 feet, getting yourself out of the current. As you step into the light section of this river.
All right, I kind of like just shrug myself off like a wet dog, try and get all the wet out of my fur, and I start walking my way up to towards this.
Yeah, no longer finding yourself in a round by round critical situation. We'll drop out of initiative.
Does it look like I can lift this thing?
Fuck yeah, it does.
All right, I'm gonna try and do that.
Oh, I hope the tree log isn't that dead.
You reach down for it and feel it. It's quite hefty, quite thick, around about 30 feet long. You're definitely gonna need both hands for this, but you're able to lift it up, and you can feel like it just sort of pressing down.
Peter, I'm a fucking touring with a fucking log on my shoulder.
There you go.
All right, now I start walking down.
Carved into a totem.
And I'm gonna get to the point where I'm like a little bit in the water, but it's not that deep, so that I can get the thing across as much of it as possible. So I know that it'll be in the water on both ends, but hopefully it'll allow people to, not have to deal with the whole depth of this.
I don't know if you're going to be able to hold it like that.
I'll probably just get it in the water and stick it into the mud as much.
If you can secure it on the other side, I can shoot a rope into the other end, and we can use that as a way to sort of leverage ourselves and to hold on to it as we try to traverse across.
Wait, you need me to do what with it?
Keep it half on land and hold on to it. Nyx is grabbing her bow and she's just tying a rope end around it so that she can get some rope over to it. So ideally, she shoots. Yeah. Shoot.
So what's she doing there, Nyx?
Mark, we can literally just take it and tie it.
Ah, yes. The boon of wings.
Tie this around the end of the log.
Yep.
And I will. Nyx is going to. Oh God. I hope I have enough rope for this. It's 50. I might just barely make it to try to tie it around. Are there pillars, of the bridge? Can I tie it around, a leg of the bridge? You do notice
that there is a very heavy and large stone and strong wood structure, the remnants of this bridge.
Yeah. So I'll tie it around The other end around the bridge. So we got one end tied to the tree, one end tied to the bridge.
Just tightrope.
Alright. Sure, if you'd like to try to walk across it, but I was hoping just hold on to the rope and swim alongside it.
Ah,
Preferably on this end, so that you're not being pulled away from it downriver.
Yeah, looking at the current, we wager the rope will definitely help, but it can still definitely be a danger.
And perhaps.
Is anything on this quest not dangerous?
And Mercury, perhaps you can hover over, that way you can give us some aid to ensure that none of us get swept away by the current.
Has Iris returned yet?
Not just yet.
Ibis comes back to say that there was a way around, and we've already crossed the damn thing. So with
there's a bridge right over there, guys. Just screen up. There's a bridge.
With Nyx's plan in place, she's just gonna go for it.
Nyx, would you like to wait until Ivis returns from the scouting trip to be sure? Should only be another couple of moments.
Nyx goes through. If he finds another way, that's wonderful, but I've already used the rope.
Very well.
All right, taking a little.
I'm like holding this thing here with my back, and I'm like, yeah, sure, we can wait.
You can always set it down.
Yeah, you can feel the strain.
Oh, I'm not holding it up. I have it on the ground.
Yeah, you can feel the strain of the water pushing against this log and pushing against you, Bartholomeos. It is quite heavy, the forces being exerted against you. As Nyx, do you step into the squares affected by the current?
Yeah, Nyx is just gonna grab onto the rope. I asked Mercury to see if he'd lend aid, basically hover over and assist.
Yep.
As you start to advance in, give me an athletics check with advantage.
There we go.
You. Wait.
Straight 19!
Oh. Nice.
Nice. Able to hold on. You can feel once again the water slam into your right side and start to take you off your feet as you try to push forward, holding onto the rope. You know that if it wasn't for this, whew, as you're able to move forward 10 feet.
Alright, this looks like this could work, as I'm going to try to continue my way through again.
Yeah, as you're reaching forward, pulling along the rope, you can feel your muscles starting to get tired, but you know you have to get across, as I'll need another athletics check from you. And as you're straining your arms and muscles, you can feel just a sharp pain go up your arm from the mark on your wrist as you get a 15. And you can feel your grip loosening on the rope, and you spasm off and start swimming down the stream 25 feet.
Oh no! Where you go?
Nyx.
Does Mercury catching?
He's just gonna try to fly above you whenever he sees an arm. He's just gonna try to grab onto it. Just keep your head above water.
And able to grab a hold of her, trying to keep her above water against the current, your wings flapping as hard as they can. Mercury, give me an athletics check.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
no.
wait,
What?
wait,
I'm helping!
How do you even? What? How do you roll less than to die?
Wait.
Crucial
Negative
advice.
Is that gonna help?
Dies don't have a zero side. What is?
You can see
He
it.
has a
Because
minus
it's
one.
minus one. And he nat
He
one.
gets to re-roll it with a +3.
Hey.
As Inferior claws out some clutch advice, pointing out perhaps Nyx's arm or to move to a different side or different angle, get south of her, something to aid in this moment. Go ahead and re-roll that athletics check, adding the +3 from Inferior's wisdom.
Oh
With
yeah.
a 5.
A 5. Ooh.
Nyx, you find yourself caught up in the current still. As give me another athletics check, and you should be further south. You're about 20 feet down.
I give
Don't worry, I'm a strong boy.
Yeah, as you're feeling the water like rush around you, you find yourself unable to hear the rushing water any longer, and all you can hear in your mind is just soft giggling in the distance. But give me another athletics check.
I'm gonna use my mythic inspiration, please and thanks.
Okay.
Oh god, we're all
And
gonna
Atreus, as you jump in, where are you jumping in at? Right there?
die. No, I'm fucking no. I can jump.
The chosen ones set off on their adventure and then drowned in a river. The end. They just drowned in a river. They drowned in a river. I don't know what's
Drowned in the river.
Oh my god. Atreus, you find yourself bounding into the river as quickly as you can, splashing in just behind Nyx, who just fails to keep swimming. You can see her caught up and starting to get pulled underneath, as she's going to take a little bit of bludgeoning damage, but you can give me an athletics check to try to hold on to her and catch her if that's what you're trying to do.
Mercury, let go.
As Nyx, you take 12
You're making
bludgeoning
everything too
damage.
heavy.
You smash against a rock.
Mercury.
And Atreus, you find yourself.
My other hand.
You
Trying
find
to throw my rock-tied rope to Theomos.
chucking a rock over to Theomos if you're bounding in, and you can feel just underneath your feet, Atreus, a large enough rock for you to just barely stand on, as you find yourself at like about chest height, about 3 to 4 feet of water smashing against your abs and stomach. As you find footing on this rock, though it is very hard to keep yourself here, as you're just able to hold on to Nyx.
She's gonna wrap her arms around Atreus.
My rock rope to Theomos, and hopefully you can like pull it in, unless the crit takes the rope away. Then, oops.
Rock able to reach Theomos.
All right, grab the rope. Grab the rope, Theomos. You're gonna have to pull 2 of us.
I'm gonna get the rope. Let's say, long live the
help.
king.
Toss it over.
I'll try to pull them in with the help of
I'll
Imperial.
help him.
All right, both of you pulling as hard as you can. You can feel Atreus, you can feel Nyx clinging on to you for dear life as the current just pulls against the two of you. As Theomos and Inferi, I need athletics checks with advantage.
Heave!
Hey.
Jesus,
No, not so heave. It's okay, Anchor.
Theomos truly carries this.
And Nyx, as you feel a bit of relief holding on to Atreus, and you can see yourself getting closer and closer to the shore, you can see just along the rope, just the smallest little blue flame dancing upon it. And then you blink your eyes and it's gone, but for a moment you worried, oh God, as you find yourself pulled to the shore.
Okay.
Fuck.
Unsuccessful, I suppose.
So yeah, roll up my sleeve to take a look at the mark on my arm, see if anything has changed.
Well, sure,
As you look
so
at it,
there,
you
Nick. I just couldn't do nothing about it.
You see like a soft, sort of faint glow from it, and it seems to return to normal.
For fuck's sake.
Atreus just like splays himself out, just in snow angel form. No. No.
Alright,
Please.
alright. Plan B.
And Bartholomew, as all this is transpiring, give me an athletics
I was gonna
check.
say, do I have to give you some kind of check on endurance?
Yeah, as you've been holding on to this for fucking ever now. Without any real reinforcements.
Athletics con.
Want some athletics for this?
Yes. Thankfully, you are a titan of muscle and endurance, able to hold on to this. Though you can feel like the digging into like the dirt doesn't seem to really have done much for you. You
Yeah.
can see like there's like lots of rocks and stonework in the like sort of in this embankment here, and you feel like if you could just reinforce it on this side as well, you could easily hold on to this. But right now, it's just taking all of your muscle just to try to keep it in place with the one anchor. As what do the rest of you all do now that Nyx and Atreus are back on solid ground?
Is Ibis back yet?
Ibis does return after all of this and sort of lands in front of you. Chirp, 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 chirp. Conveys some information to you in the way that Ibis does. And surveying the immediate area within a mile, he would say that there is an easier point to cross, but you have to go far enough south down past the waterfall. And you realize at that point you've overshot where it is you're heading, and the water, well, the river at that point, there's no point in crossing. There's no way to get down to that side to get up. In essence, you fucked.
It
In
seems we're
essence,
gonna have
we
to do
have
what the
to cross it.
pioneers did, and we're gonna have to make a canoe out of that log.
Wow.
Alright, do I have the
These big
strength
babies
to
for
just
days.
throw it at them?
Alright,
Mercury,
I'll catch it.
Mercury, would you be able to bring Nyx across the river? Perhaps if Ibis helped you? Not that Ibis is very strong, but I mean, like,
Well, shucks, I might be able to carry Sophia over there, 'cause she's she a little bit, but I don't, not to be rude or nothing, but maybe not. You know, I'm a man, but never was much for weightlifting. You know, the wings and all. I don't like to bulk up too
That
much.
he is one of the shortest people in the group.
And with like 0 to strength, he'd be hard pressed to even carry you.
it's fine. I should be able to get it as I will just scoop Nyx up. Hey Mel, how much do you weigh?
Oh boy.
Be sure to add your gear into that.
Okay, so
As
let's...
Mercury and Sophia's gear slowly floats across the edge to the other side of the river.
Sophia,
do you weigh
could
less
you do
than
that
60
with Nyx's
pounds?
gear as well?
Okay.
What did Sophia just do?
I
Magic
floated mine and
Unseen
Mercury's gear to the other
servant.
side of the river.
Yeah,
Nice.
you can't weigh literally 60 pounds.
But not Sophia herself, just her gear.
Yeah.
Oh
How much
fuck!
does Sophia
I never put a weight on here.
But 20 pounds, so
I weigh
just-
105.
I
Mercury can
just
carry
read that she
120.
was on this character sheet because the weight had descriptions. I just put that she was thin, and it didn't occur to me to put a number.
What's your weight?
Well,
what's your
Yes.
equipment?
She's
What's your weight equipment?
my equipment.
I start tying a rope on my end of the thing to fasten it to the pillar over here too, like I seen them do.
My current equipment weight is 48 pounds.
Oh, see, that's fine. So I'm going to scoop Nyx up, go towards this bridge.
Sophia
As
should
I-
still wait. Deimos, Sophia should still bring her gear across separately, float her gear across, as it were, to keep it from getting wet. Sophia should probably do that with all of our gear if she is willing.
You see
Yeah.
that?
I mean, Nyx doesn't weigh that much. I could just pull her along as
To
From,
keep it from getting wet, Deimos.
we won't be swimming.
In theory, I've traveled in all sorts of weather
I cast
conditions. A
leverage.
bit of water won't hurt me.
What's that? You cast that spell that I've never seen anyone cast ever? Interesting. All right, post that spell card for
What
me.
spell?
Levitate.
Levitate.
Am I allowed to talk now? Am I allowed to?
Yeah.
You guys have levitate?
Yeah, you can only do under up to 500 pounds is the problem.
Oh. I certainly don't weigh 500 pounds.
And I total weigh about 300. And you're thin, and you only have 40 pounds of equipment. Probably just below 500 in total. As I need to use something to kick off on. So I use Mercury. I kick off Mercury and we float across.
As you canonically use perhaps the bridge to kick off from, instead of kicking your friend in the face, you bully.
He gives us a lift. I don't like kick off of him. I just like he holds up his hands and then I just put my foot on him and he pushes.
Just yeet.
You find yourself drifting over and across the river, levitated by magic, princess carrying Nyx in your hands.
And then
Why
there was
didn't we think of this first?
I appreciate it, Theamos. Thank you.
It seems the Oracle's Chosen will have to have a reputation of complicating things further than they need to be.
Indeed.
Nyx gets down and wrings the water out of her hair.
Nyx, if you could give me another push across.
I'm just
Sure,
gonna-
Sure.
I'm just gonna get my rope back off this log.
Nyx gives you a boost.
Thank you if you would. Yup, alright.
Flap, 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 flap.
He's real slow at it.
Yeah, he's real slow.
His
It'll take
speed's
him a while
reduced
to
by
get
20 feet, but takes him a good like 30, 40 seconds to get across, but able to get there, just barely.
Alright, who's next? Chayas, how much do you weigh? I feel like with your armor, you probably weigh more than what I can carry
I mean,
with this spell.
I think me myself weighs more than like even by myself. Because
Probably.
if you're around like 300, I weigh like 200 pounds. Fish.
Nyx, you're really not Nyx. Inferior, you're really tall. Like really tall.
Alright. Inferior, it seems like we're gonna have to brave not the rope.
You can make them float again. I could just, just push them across.
I do not have the amount of magical energy required to cast the spell another time.
Understood.
I am not heavy, though I am tall. I do not understand what you mean.
Well,
How much muscle mass do you have? Is she?
None.
Yeah, she's very
Oh, your name is-
light.
oh wait,
She's
yeah, you're
willowy as fuck.
dexterous. I forgot.
I only
Lift
weigh
up your
Yeah.
lift up your
Stiff
7-foot long
breeze.
arm. It just snaps from its own weight.
Yeah.
I mean, I might be
Oh
able
no,
to.
poor.
I might be able to carry you across Inferior. I'll try. I'll try to pick up Inferior, or if she'll like, I don't know, piggyback. Try to carry her over.
Yeah, because
Try to lift us up with my.
me plus my equipment is less than 200 pounds.
If y'all could like float or something, I could do what Thamos did before and just sort of blow y'all across with my wing. Just need to keep up above the water.
Yeah, so using the bridge, I should be able to get Inferior across. And then.
Alright.
Good luck, Atreus. I believe in you.
Alright, me and you, Bartholomew, it's time for the ordeal of the two guys that have 20 in strength.
Yeah, you guys got it.
Yeah, Bartholomew, you see Atreus sort of moving himself up and in position to the rope, but you're like sort of halfway done untying your anchor point. You realize Atreus may have to actually use this log that you've fashioned into a pseudo bridge. I assume you will
Alright.
tie it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
okay.
use magic this time around.
See, easy boy? Well, I guess I could have just brought this up. How much rope do you have, Bartholomew?
It's whatever comes in the standard explorer's pack, so not a lot.
50 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
probably 50.
If I can just pull the log over here, I can just get on the log and you just pull the log across the current.
It's like, I love that.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we get to preserve the rope. We get to preserve
Ah,
Nyx's
thank
rope.
God.
There you go. Alright, so you slightly untie yours and then just wrap it
Yeah.
around the bridge and I'll just pull the log across.
How are you gonna save Nyx's rope? Are you gonna slingshot your way across?
Yeah, just untie Nyx's rope from the bridge and then just hang onto the log.
Well, I mean,
And
I
Bartholomew
mean,
pulls
Mercury
the
can just
log
bring it
across.
over.
No, that's him.
Mercury could
Alright,
just
as I
figure
position
out.
myself on the log. Alright, holding onto the log for dear life.
You just pull it and then you just let it go and it
Pull me
just
over.
whiplashes down.
Gotcha. As you unfasten Nix's rope from the bridge and Bartholomeus fashions it to his side, you can feel the sort of change in forces as you grab a hold of the now quite slick and hefty log, as I will need an athletics check from you to hold on against the current.
It's okay, we got this. I don't have expertise, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Beat it by 1. All right, 18 holding on.
Holy
You
shit.
can feel the log sort
Yeah,
of
as
whip
Atreus
over
looks up
as
from the
your
log
weight
and
sort
gives you
of
guys a thumbs up.
Yeah, your weight sort of like sort of skews the balance a little bit as you find yourself sort of flipped over and dunked into the water, coming
Yeah,
back
that's
out
what
on
I
the other
figured was
side.
gonna happen.
Still able to hang on as the log rotates in the current and swings home. You attached to it, hanging on for dear life. As
Baseball
I can't
bats
pull?
you across.
yep. Pull
Like get
Bartholomeus. Give
crunched
me an
into the
athletics
shore
check.
though. You're gonna get squished! Let go!
All right, with a 24, and you can feel the current just speeding you up more and more and more as Atreus, give me another athletics check as you slam home against the shore.
Squish you.
Ooh,
Hey.
nicely done. Easily able to sort of, as you come back out from the water, you can see the shore coming up quite quickly, and you can see yourself starting to sort of rotate again, to almost end up between the log and the shore. A very painful encounter. As you can sort of feel that about to happen, you just dig in deep and bring yourself to the opposite side as you can feel the shock of the ground reverberate through the log, and you're able to hang on safe and sound on the wet side. And then disembark as your friends hold on to the log.
Well shit, y'all, how am I supposed to get across?
I undo the rope here and
All right, well, you earned John a training point for delivering a John joke TM. I'm so proud of you.
Let us pull the log up onto the shore for our return journey, yes?
I suppose.
Pardon me?
As you're pulling it up, both of you give me athletics checks.
Use both.
Theamos and
Atreus and
Bartholomeus.
Okay.
I'm getting stronger as the time.
Yep.
Yeah, doing more and more physical
We're
activity.
so
You're
good
getting
at
primed.
swimming, but
You just,
all it shit
you
around.
you just bench press the log, Bartholomeus.
All right, cool.
You
Yeah,
can take it with me.
as you guys are pulling up the log, you can see right where it seems to sort of have slammed home with Atreus, about 20 feet down its length here. Give or take, right about there, you can see a bit of splintering and a crack through the wood, but you are able to pull it out of the water before it like splits off entirely. As once again, Bartholomeus, you can go full Tauren, get your rope back, and you have a gigantic 30-foot log.
I'm just gonna go put it back on the side of the, like right across here. Yeah, right along the side of the broken bridge, just so it'll be there when we come. I don't know if the tide will go up or down, but either way, it'll be pushing up against the bridge, so it should.
Yeah, nice and secure up against the bridge. As all of you go ahead and get 700 experience for defeating the river. Good
Yeah.
old-fashioned
We're like 8225.
Oregon.
This is only like
Trail
100 less
Simulator.
XP than all those centaurs.
Well, I have fun.
Pose.
Where does that put our
Yeah, the
total
only
now?
people that had to suffer was literally everyone that didn't have wings.
8225.
Everybody but one person.
I would have been fine if Lutheria didn't fuck me!
Can we get some context to what happened?
Hashtag doomed one problems.
So basically, Mel's epic path is the world is literally against you. The deck has
Right.
always been stacked. Like the deck is eternally stacked against you. You don't get to win.
Yeah, and I have
And
So
what
you
you
don't.
see-
I have Mel's consent
No, you don't.
to
Bully
literally
me!
fuck her roll sometimes if I feel like it. So
Yeah, and Nyx hasn't actually explained it to Bartholomew, so it makes sense for him to be confused. But what you do see, Bartholomew, is that as everyone has finished crossing the river and we're gathering our things, Nyx is pulling down the one sleeve that she wears covering her whole left arm. She's pulling it down to her elbow and looking at this mark on the inside of her arm that seems to be like a sun and moon intertwined together with several different dots surrounding them and being interconnected. And she's just kind of muttering and cursing in Sylvan beneath her breath as she's just staring at this thing with utter disgust and disdain.
Are you alright, Nix?
As alright as I will be, I suppose. It's, an ongoing problem. Seems Thylea has chosen me for a little game of hers. From time to time, things don't work out for me. And I believe it was my own undoing if it wasn't for the fact I hear her cackling in the back of my mind. She pulls her sleeve back down. And there's not much I can do about it, I'm afraid. I've been burdened with this my whole life.
Nevertheless, you're safe.
Yes, and thanks to Atreus, and thank you, Themos, for getting me across.
No problem. I mean, I could have done that in the beginning, but everyone started running into the water, and so.
Fair enough.
for the record,
You just
the
hear
actual
coming from the water's edge
but Meneus?
from Mercury.
No.
Mercury?
Hey! I'll come back for you, and don't forget about me.
Oh, god damn
He'll
it.
be alright.
Donkey's not
talking about?
going anywhere,
The
Mercury.
separation anxiety, the bond between Mercury and his ass is very strong.
Yeah.
Nice.
Get yourself
She should
half
get a point for
training
that.
point. She gets half a training point.
I can't work half a training point.
Yeah, the actual XP for the river crossing is 1,000 XP split, so 142 each, not 700 each.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Ah,
Fine.
that makes a lot more
Do
sense.
my math. Fix it.
7,667 should be your total.
It's a palindrome.
I mean, so is 666.
Goodness.
What do the numbers mean?
Axial bleeding. Need a moment.
But you see, Bartholomeus, when the numbers get big enough, for some reason, we now get access to abilities we previously don't have. It's quite amazing. I don't understand it myself.
You hear the crackle of thunder above Atreus' head.
Do you see this bar above my head?
Yeah, what is with this bar?
Like, I don't get it either, but for some reason, my name is always at my feet. I don't get it.
And yet everybody keeps asking me for my name. It's right there in the ground.
These mysteries.
How long
Many
is
more.
short rest in this game again? Is it an hour? Is it 15?
15 minutes.
We should do that.
It can take a couple minutes to recover. We'll
Well,
stunt down the river. It's worn me just a bit. Guess Nyx is just gonna sit down and just start wringing water out from like the fabric of her dress and more so out of her hair.
Yeah, if you want to take a longer rest, you can totally do a little rest and recuperation. If you have a healing kit, you can use that to better your hit die rolls.
What?
Yeah, rest and recuperation. You can dress your wounds if during short rest. You can take your time to sort of eat and use a medicine, a healer's kit, and heal yourself better. If you succeed at the dressing your wounds check, you can treat any hit dice rolled to determine the hit points you regain as having rolled their maximum value during that rest. And if you're sick or suffering from disease, you gain advantage to any saving throws related to that during your rest. So underneath making camp continued.
Ah, there it is. That's the one. Yeah, that one will be an hour.
I'm talking to myself, sorry. Nothing is actually going to do any effect, but I'm going to test around with it anyways. Get some practice in. I'm going to take out some of the reagents in my bag of Icarus as I'm going to spice up one of my potions. I know it might lose its potency before we actually need it, but whatever.
You're just sort of familiarizing yourself with it. Yeah.
Add some potent reagents to my healing potion.
Sort of works like those little drink packet things that you add to water. Kind of like that.
I mix my propel water dust into my water to make my propel water.
It propels you forward.
I need more of that stuff. About to run out.
Gosh, I haven't drank Propel since I was like 10.
I live off of Propel. Propel! It's, I don't know, it's flavored water. It's good. Electrolyte water beverage. Yep.
I drank it when I
It's not a sponsored ad.
That's not sponsored.
So what do you want to do, though? You want to take a normal short rest or a longer one to dress your wounds, or what?
Need normal short rest.
I don't have a medicine kit, so I'll take a normal short rest.
Ah, okay.
Bloodied, so you don't need one.
Yeah, you just have to make a check, basically.
Oh.
It just takes an hour.
What time is it? How high is the sun in the sky?
It's been about half a travel leg, so it's been about 2 hours, so 6, 7, 8, 30-ish, going on 9.
Yeah, we can afford an hour.
What do you think so?
If everybody else is okay with that.
Yeah, rest
that's
is
fine.
great. You make a wisdom medicine check, DC depending on the severity of your wounds, and since you're only bruised, because you're not bloodied, it's only a DC 5. It just takes an hour. It's under making camp continued. Various activities you can do while camping or resting.
Can I take a regular short rest and then scout the surrounding area?
Sure.
Ibis is gonna do a bigger scout. Because
you
you
want
can
to
do a mile radius. What?
No, sorry. I was looking at rules.
Okay, so Nyx, give me a medicine check for your rest and recuperation. You guys have an hour to burn. Looks like Inferior is just going to scout ahead a little bit and send Ibis sort of around to survey some of the further distances. The 10-minute surveil is for 1 mile, so you're going to need to go probably about at least 30 minutes away from where you are currently to get some distance underneath you in order to see like a different area with Ibis. If you want to go that distance away.
I won't go that far away, but I thought he only went up and down the stream earlier, that this way was new. But I'll only go like 20 minutes out. I'll range for 20 minutes and come back.
Okay. Range. I'm gonna range for okay. You ranger.
I'm glad you caught that. I did it on purpose.
Yeah, so as you sort of cover some ground, you notice some some various like animal trails, like deer and the like, even some bear tracks up like further upstream, in sort of northerly direction towards the actual like lake area or bay rather. And sending Ivis to sort of scan a wider area rather than just sort of focusing on the river. Of course, Ivis sees like the falls and also reports the path that it is you're looking for to get to the entrance behind the falls, sort of towards your southwest. Following the road down south from the river. He reports, he sees like the gigantic stone doors that are collapsed in, rubble and all that, like, along with like some. It looks like massive sort of like black marks all up and down the side of the mountain. Large divots and like claw marks. Lots of signs of struggle that have not eroded away at the passage of time. Other than that, it's mostly just like a sort of nature report. Sort of scouting yourself. You do see some things on the ground. Give me... Let's do 2 rolls. 2 nature checks.
Oh, nature's intelligence. Okay. Sad.
You can give me survival checks.
Oh! I already clicked one of the nature ones, but I will do survival.
Okay.
Wow.
I'll take the 15 and give you 6, so 21 and 23. Okay. And sort of looking around, you do find in your scouting, basically a decent spread of like medicinal herbs and the like, things that you can, with your expertise, being a ranger, sort of fashion into some impromptu medical kit uses, as you find enough herbs and the like to basically get 3 uses.
Cool.
And then there's the various animal trails and the like, but nothing else.
Cool. I'll come back to the party, and since Sophia has her big bag, and I can't carry anything, literally just my weapons and armor. Sophia, I have enough poultices here for perhaps 3 uses. I was able to find some medicinal herbs on my scouting.
Oh, so I have to make something when we have a chance. Medicinal herb.
Yeah, equivalent to using a healer's kit, basically.
Equivalent to 3 uses of a medical kit. Yeah! Go me.
And Nix, I assume you didn't have advantage on the medicine check, so you just got a 10.
No, I did not. That was a 10.
Okay, but it still passes, as being bruised only requires a 5. So you're able to treat your hit dice rolls as maximized. Rolling as many hit dice as you need at the conclusion of an hour, as it is now 10:30 going on 11.
I don't remember what my hit dice value actually is. D8, okay.
Just using the 1 hit dice?
Yeah, I just need the 1.
Okie dokie. So with that, find yourselves dried off, ready to press on, and see Mineas off in the distance, leading your horses and the like to someplace safe. Ready to press
They're like on the
down
other side
south.
waiting for us.
Seems like he's
But hey, build a bridge while we're gone.
Yeah, no. Can't do that.
Not getting
Gotta
paid enough
go
for
hire
that.
a bridge builder crew, Sophia. What are you doing? God.
It doesn't have to be a very nice bridge.
Look, there are plenty of trees. Just cut down enough to make one.
Punch it free and knock it over. Build a bridge.
All right. As you all
Shall we?
inevitably press on, following the river down south, you can see quite close now as this road seems to sort of, it continues on a bit westerly before divoting down properly, like a wide sort of turn, and you can see to your right, like about 2 o'clock or so, as you're continuing down the road, much closer, this large stone hand with its missing finger. And you realize everything sort of lines up with where it is you need to go. Following the river down south, you can hear it roaring past to your left, past the tree line and the like, and now rocky outcroppings seem to sort of start to separate you from the river itself. As you travel, about another 30 minutes or so, at around 11, you finally reach what looks like the largest sort of rise of these like rocky cliffs and hills, and you can see the large stone doors of this entrance scarred and dug into. You can see rubble collapsed, filling it up with these large like swath burn marks and like divots into the rock and stone. A titanic battle must have taken place here, and you're looking at the evidence of it, remains anyway. Pressing on.
Truly,
Oh, sorry.
it was truly a terrible siege.
Indeed.
Pressing on from there, following, you can still hear and see just as like the hills and rocks and stuff seem to sort of like fall off again after you pass the door, sort of like a big sort of hill. And so as the view becomes less and less obstructed, you can see the river continuing on, and these massive falls from which the river crashes down begin to roar over the and through the tree line. And you can see, looking down to your slightly to your left, downhill, you can see the river continue on down south after crashing at the base of the falls, and continue now in a easterly direction from where you are currently. And now, Sophia, you know at this point you need to move through the tree line and head north and try to find this rocky outcropping, this black stone.
Yeah.
Are you leading that navigation effort yourself?
Sure.
Okay. Just give me your
whoever
choice.
remembers the path, you know.
Huh?
Whoever remembers the path, I just remember the instructions. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Nyx could probably aid with a bit of her navigation tools and what she remembered.
And Inferior could look for the path.
Okay. Yeah. So Nyx and Inferior, just give me some survival checks or like a navigator's tool check, just to ascertain the actual path. It is a little hidden, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you all to find. It's just a measure of time, really.
Will my nav tools check be made with wisdom?
I believe I had you rolling it with wisdom before, or maybe it was Ennis,
Okay.
do you recall?
It just asks, so oh fucking Christ.
Yeah, still a bit shaken up from your situation
classic.
with the river. Not really able to get a good bearing on things, but Inferior, you are in your favorite terrain. You are quite familiar with the way things work around here, and also aided with a bit of the scouting report from Ivis. You're able to piece together some of the signs you're seeing and quickly ascertain the black rocked path through the tree line. And you find it in probably about 5 minutes. No time at all.
Standing black. Follow until we see the waterfall.
Very
And
well.
you hear it before you even see it. massive in size, this collection of water pouring over the top as you have come across, for the first time in your lives most likely, the Great Falls of the Archelon.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's so pretty.
You find
Oh my
this sort
gosh.
of rocky ledge from which there is no grass, just black rock and thin moss growing along it. You can see where it leads you down somewhat in elevation progressively from the sort of foresty rise. You follow this rocky path and it seems to sort of curve down at an angle and just lead you down back towards the actual falls, as you need to follow it for a little bit of time, about 10 minutes or so before you actually get to where the falls crest over in front of you. And as you're following them, you can sort of feel the slick rock beneath, and the smell of the water and all of that seems to sort of carry up. It's a relatively pleasant experience, but then after about 10 minutes or so, that air seems to sort of turn a bit more acrid, but you can't quite place it. But this ledge leads you forward, and you sort of pass through this short tunnel, and you can see the water cascading over, and this ledge leading to a hole off in the distance. Just give me 1 second. You can see the rock to your left, the falls to your right. And now coming out of this sort of short tunnel, you can see this endless cascade of water from the Great Falls to your right. And the ledge seems to grow narrower now as it starts to ascend back up towards this hole, stretching for quite a bit of distance, about measure tool. About 100 feet or so before the actual hole in the side of the rock here. You can see beyond the ledge just a shimmering curtain of translucent water crashing down to rocks a far distance down. And cold white mist fogs your vision, and roaring water seems to drown out all other sound. As pull you on over here, you can go ahead and put yourself in the spawn box. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. In the spawn box.
Spawn box.
Oh, big.
Where's the spawn box?
It's small. Such a small spawn box.
Oh, that's the spawn box?
Yep.
He's not big enough.
For a second.
Wait, oh, there it is. Wow. Okay.
It is not tiny, but the map is very big.
Yes. Indeed.
Mercury's tiny.
Where am I? There I am.
Yeah, all that white there is the actual crest of the fall, so Mercury does not want to be underneath that, otherwise he'll get battered. That will not be a good time for him.
Not so smug now, Flyer.
But it is open air all above this, like almost all the way up to where the water comes up, so he can fly above you guys or something like that, anything like that.
Nix
this
is staying
path-
very close to the rock wall, staying as
path-
far from the ledge as possible.
Smart move. Seems to lead underneath the waterfall. You can feel yourself being sprayed by the water from it, and wet moss covering the sides. And Theamos, taking point, this acridity in the air seems to sort of harshen, and it's just unpleasant. This horrible sort of stink just seems to sort of waft up and down this path from the hole, and it almost seems like from beneath you, as you realize you've smelled this before. Troglodytes.
I promise you guys, it wasn't me.
Troglodytes.
And just as quickly as you realize where this smell, this overpowering stench is familiar to you, you're able to place the scent to vision as you see clambering up the side of this rocky path a group of troglodytes, 5 in number. These filthy looking humanoids clamber onto the path ahead of you, each of them seeming to carry a net full of wriggling fish. And they see you and they drop their fish. You can see them sort of chatter to each other as they look at you and look back at you and look at the fish. And you can see this hungry gleam in their eyes. As that is where we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a few moments. But hang tight, things are about to get very interesting for our heroes. All right. I hope you all have your drinks. I hope you're all ready, as we're about to get into the thick of it, as these troglodytes are climbing their way up and now seeming to go after our heroes. Let's see what happens. As I'm gonna need you all to roll me a some initiative.
We got battle music?
Oh, of course. It's me.
Oh, cool.
Remember
Where are
to
the
watch
troglodytes? Like how far?
They're around.
Oh, but we don't see them. Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Oh, they're close enough.
You can see a number of them. Some of them, like about 3 or 4 of them, seem to be sort of like thin and sort of scrawny looking. But you can see one in the middle. It seems to sort of look with a bit of animosity, sort of towering over the other ones by at least another foot in height, and much wider and more bulky. Obviously stronger, as he seems to sort of just be chattering in some sickened, like, animalistic tongue that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Sort of barking out something at the one furthest back to them. As that one seems to be turned away from you all, like it's going to head for the hole.
I'm going to assume the Mercury spells that he has unprepared are ones that he used to have, but changed away from, just kept them on a sheet.
Seems like a pretty good assumption to me.
No second level spells.
I think it was actually bacon bits and not sausage bits in my arepa. So good.
Also, a quick Google
I
search.
agree.
They just call them muffins in England.
That makes sense.
Really? They call it English muffin just a muffin? What's a muffin then?
But they're from Pepperidge Farm? Like, they're the actual... Because I thought that was just a...
muffins in America are like the sweet kinds. Muffins in Britain are just that.
Yeah, we
called
should share everything.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into it. Next, you can see these 4 towards the southern side seem to be focused on you, with one sort of turning back towards the entrance up at the very top of this sort of rise here. As you're first up in initiative, what do you do?
See how far away they are from me. Okay, so
Seems like they just called them both muffins.
Yeah. Like muffins, because muffins in the United States are just like, you know, the cake thing. They say English muffin to distinguish the two.
as I am going to cast a bit of magic and have a sacred flame strike down upon the larger looking troglodyte creature. One that's not quite facing us. I believe it's this one in the center.
Indeed. It is facing you,
Oh.
and you can see the sort of star fall down upon it, and it just seems to sort of be like mystified before it realizes it needs to move out of the way, and does so far too late, as it takes 12 radiant damage. Oof, as that connects quite soundly with it.
Lovely. And I'm going to use my bonus action to cast my spiritual weapon. There it is.
Yes.
To appear right by him and try to give him a thwack.
All right, a 21 will definitely connect. Doesn't seem to be wearing really any like armor or anything, just sort of depending on its own natural hardiness. As its hardiness fails, it takes another 8 damage. And seems to sort of try to rip at the spiritual weapon, anger and bloodlust in its actions. But it is still standing.
It can just like hover there, right? Or does it need to be like 5 feet off the ground? Yeah, it just hovers there. That's gonna be my turn. I'm not moving. Nyx is just kind of staying like pressed against the wall.
All right. right.
Remember what the book said. Move slowly. Watch your footing.
Atreus.
Atreus will gingerly walk up,
All right.
heeding the advice of her friend. Let me make sure that's accurate. Range. Alright. Gingerly walk up a little bit more, sort of pressing himself against the rock. As he will raise up his spear into a throw ready position. So he will throw his spear at this guy. Get speared.
Stabby.
Spear. Oh. Okay, well there goes my spear. Bye, spear. It was nice
You throw
knowing
your
you.
spear at this like animalistic
It was a good
thing. You can
spear.
see it sort of like looking at you with one eye, its other eye sort of staring off at the other members of the group. This thing, obviously a simple, foul creature that just wants to eat you because you probably taste good. As it seems, it doesn't have any armor, and your spear connects.
Oh.
Oh.
Yay, we're fighting slimes.
Better not
Seven
just
damage.
immediately lose your spear.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, oh, it hits. Oh, okay. Well, there's the waterfall. There's the water. Oh, bye, spear.
Your spear is lodged in its lower abdomen painfully as it seems to just barely still be up.
No, I don't have enough movement to close the distance, unfortunately. So, I'll look menacing.
Looking menacing indeed. As the big guy
Tactics.
seems to call out something again to the remainder of these little guys around it before as it seems to sort of lope its way towards you like a simple creature and just try to lash out at you as it is coming at you with a flurry. First, with its bite, as I need a defense roll DC 19. From you, Atreus.
Bah! Oh, did that go? Alright. Oh, no. Okay, it did.
Nice.
Very
19.
nice.
Just able to block it
Hey.
away. As 2 claw attacks are coming at you as well. DC 19 as
Oh,
well.
no. Oh, no. I got crit.
Taking advantage of your stout defenses to sort of reach past and scrape away at your armor. You sort of have to overexert yourself to sort of bring up your defenses in time, using up a bit of your stamina. As the 28 will fend off the last claw strike. As let's see how much damage you take. Oh goodness gracious!
Oh boy, you got crit. Oh, it's fun.
As you take 8 plus 5, 13 damage.
Can't say whether.
And
You got used to guys hitting you for like 20. I
know,
guess
right?
getting crit for 13 isn't that bad.
As the troglodyte towards the back looks at you all and starts moving up
yeah, you're
towards
I take 12.
towards the entrance. It seems like it wants to move quickly, but it knows better than to do so, as it only goes about 30 feet up to here, trying to get inside the caves. As
And we're trying to make a run for it.
this troglodyte, you can see it sort of move up behind the larger one. You can see it seems to sort of just like bound towards him quite quickly before getting down really low to the ground and just seeming to sort of try to jump over it. Getting to the other side of Atreus.
This is another game system, might be flat-footed.
As like a quick springing lizard, it seems to leap over you and move past you, Atreus, trying to get after Thylea. As Thylea I need defense rolls from you, DC 16. 3 of them as a bite and 2 claw attacks coming at you. Nicely done with a 25, unnatural 20, and a 19. Easily able to fend off all 3 attacks from this thing that seems to chatter at you in frustration, seeming to lower itself down to the ground, preparing for something. As we come now to Sophia. These things seem to be closing the distance, but one making a break for it. What do you do?
Oof.
If one of you guys take care of the furthest guy, that would be pretty good.
Not see a single thing from him as, being covered in very tall people and barely being able to see a goddamn thing from my position. I am hoping maybe I can see the sight of this big dude tearing into Atreus through all these bodies moving around.
Yeah,
Obviously, just
I make
He's a
very
pretty
audible
big
grunts
dude.
when I take damage.
assuming I can't really see anything past that, because there's 100 bodies in the way. But if I could just cast a vision of him, I'm gonna try to see a wound dug into the side of him by Nyx's spear, as I will just reach out and you hear that deep boom ring out. I'm gonna cast some Toll of the Dead. 5 damage.
On the big dude. All right, let's see if he goes down. Ooh, with a 6, he is going to take the full 5 damage. You can see this wound grow even grayer on an already gray-skinned creature. But he seems to sort of dig deep and keep on fighting. He seems to still be up.
See what I can do, but I have to be able to see. So that's my turn.
All right. As this one, a bit of a simpleton, is going to, let's see here, dash forward and try to get over and past Atreus like the other. Let's see if he can make it. So he'll try to move there, jumping over the other one. These strong, monstrous legs powering its leap, moving over Atreus and trying to land behind him, but he needs to make a dex save. As he lands, you can sort of hear him thwap down to the ground, and the wet moss and stone underneath him seems to be giving him a bit of trouble. As check. Ooh, but he is able to find his footing behind Atreus, but using all of his energy to get there. As Mercury comes to you.
Ooh, so far away. Mercury is going to fly up 5 feet to get up just above everybody, because he's probably still in stabbing range at 10 feet. Unless he's got some real short.
No, they don't seem to be. They seem to be about human-sized.
Gotcha. As he is going to fly out to here by dashing. I hope that's close enough. As he's going to fly out to there by dashing, and then with a bit of quickened casting with his magic, he is going to cast just a ray of frost at this guy, trying to freeze his legs in place as he makes chase.
All right.
Hey, is he critting for 1 billion damage?
And he crits him for
Jesus
a billion
Christ.
damage. Nat 20. Nicely done. Oh, my goodness. All right. As your ray of frost just licks up this already sort of wet creature, and quickly this ice just seems to be forming over him and digging into his back, and it almost seems to sort of splay itself out, frozen in place, and just seems to sort of just spin on the wet stone and go tumbling off into the water below. No longer with us by any stretch of the imagination.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mercury is 15 feet up. I don't know how to do a red thing. Whoops, it's a 4. There you go. He's got a little bit of more. No, he doesn't. That's as far as he can go. That's it. "51 feet up."
That's the flight one. All right. Bartholomeos.
I try to squeeze in between Nyx and Nikki and go around, excuse me, and I take a swipe at this guy.
You have to walk off the edge of the cliff.
I'm probably strong enough to hold myself up with one.
Able to find a bit of footing as, you know, it's give or take about 10 feet wide in terms of where you can place yourself without actually falling over. Yep, go ahead and give me that attack. Ooh, 24. That is definitely going to connect.
Spicy.
12 damage as your great axe comes swinging in. You can see this thing unprepared for it, a bit too low to the ground, focused on Theamos as just a wicked wound carved down its back. As this thing is barely alive, blood pouring all over it, but still able to just barely stand. This unspeakable stench coming off of it, almost seeming to come from its blood itself. These things smell worse on the inside, somehow.
I'm gonna hit again.
All right, 20 will definitely connect. How do you want to do this?
I don't want to go left to right because I don't want to, destabilize anything. But I'm just cutting down on him and I'm just gonna push him into the water.
And then
Yeah, like I knew it was gonna happen. I just push him off and then I walk over to the other guy and I grab a hold of him.
All right, give me that athletics check. Grappling as a bonus action. As this thing, seeing you come up behind it, is going to try its best to try to muscle its way out of your grasp, but may not be able to. No, able to find a bit of strength, surrounded on both sides, and realizing how desperate of a situation it is, grabs a hold of a bit of the stone wall and manages to grab a decent hold of itself, breaking away from your attempt at grappling it.
I'm done.
As its gross teeth kind of clash out at you.
Actually, you know what? I still have a little bit of movement. I'll take a step back, so give somebody some lead.
Hey. Smart man. But as you step back, a bite is coming at you. Give me a defense roll, DC 16. As its sick teeth try to slash into you. Or pierce into you, rather. Ooh, and do find purchase. You take 5 piercing damage.
So 4, right?
Correctamundo. Excuse me. Able to take advantage of your heroic curious to minimize your damage by a little bit. All right. Now we come to this troglodyte, spear sticking inside of it. Just pulls it out, tosses it down on the rocky ledge in front of it, and then steps over it, joining this larger one at its side. As Atreus, I need 3 defense rolls, DC 16, as a barrage of teeth and claws come your way. As it bites into your shield, you can feel and hear
metal.
the scrape of these strange sort of, it looks almost kind of like stone on their gray mottled skin, grind up against your wide bronze hoplon, your shield, the wall between your allies and these monsters. Well done. Inferior.
Oh, did I not click my button? I don't think I clicked my button.
Oh, you didn't. What was your initiative, bud?
4.14.
Yeah, I just realized Theamos has been sitting there for a little bit, haven't you?
Sad.
You said 14?
4.14.
4.14, okay. Fiamos, what do you got for me, baby?
I attempt to slip past Bartholomeos and push him into the water.
Yikes!
Okay, can
Go on.
how tall is this guy? This.
This one in front of you, it's like 5'6", give or take.
Let's see. Let me just try and like just shove him aside. Just like go in the water, go away.
All right, trying to grab a hold of him and just shove him out of the way. Give me that athletics check. So 13. Oh, I whispered that. Tries to wrestle out of your strength. 16. Able to just barely hang on.
Well, fine. I mean, that was the more humane option, but I guess I just have to stab him now as I'll take out my javelin and stab it to him. No reading damage.
Poke.
Ooh. Ooh, for 13 damage. Maximum damage. As how do you want to do this? This thing wrestling itself out of your grasp at full health, no wounds on it, and just take it out in one blow.
Oh, see, look what you made me do. As I'm just gonna try and, as he's like on my pole, I'm just gonna kind of scrape him off the side, just to get him off, and also clink my spear.
Collapses down into the rock.
So that will be my turn. So I'll also try to move out of the way for Panameos to get back in front.
All right. All right, Inferior, it comes to you.
Comes
Two more
to me.
troglodytes, 2 chakrams. What do you do?
They're each gonna get a chakram.
All right.
Hell yeah!
Let's do this. Boom, boom.
Nicely done. Easily able to compensate for any amount of cover they would have had. Able to connect with both. Let me get those damage rolls. Gotta make sure you can actually kill the brute in one hit. Let's see.
I rolled. It's thinking.
Yeah, roll 20 got
the
real
damage,
slow for
roll
me.
20. Ooh.
7 and 4?
Nicely done, as both of those chakrams will connect with both of them and take them both out.
Hey!
As large gashes cut across their chest and they drop down to the ground dead. Your chakrams come spinning back through the misty air to your hands, Huntress. Your foes have fallen. Thankfully, without getting inside of the caves and perhaps alerting anyone. It seems
Well,
to
that
be
was quite the
quiet
welcoming
now.
party.
That one's trying to get away.
That was good, you didn't let him.
If some stayed and others fled, I'm assuming that means there's more within.
So we should be careful when
Yes.
turning corners.
Indeed.
Or at least let's get off this ledge.
Yes.
Yes, please. It's Nick's back just pressed over and she's just sighed, walking.
Shuffling your way down towards the entrance.
What Nyx would do when we get there is from her bag, she's going to pull out a steel mirror that she has, and she's going to try to angle it to see if she can see around the corner without us having to peek through.
All right. Feel free to advance at your leisure.
I will.
No.
Roll 20 just does not want to function right now. I guess it's bedtime.
No.
Meow. But Deimos is right on top of me.
It will.
Oh,
Beef.
jeez. Yeah, sort of
geez.
trying to peer inside is sort of a difficult task. So you sort of like look in, sort of peek in yourself or look in the reflection. There is no light coming from within. You just see, at best, some mossy stonework, a tunnel leading in deeper.
I'm gonna put it in my bag.
The stink
Can't see
from
a
this place
thing.
getting worse and worse with each step closer towards the entrance.
It's dark in there, but be on your toes and try to ignore the stench. As I'm going to begin. Do I know anything about troglodytes? Would I assume lighting something in there is a wise move?
In what regard?
I don't know. Melanie doesn't know shit about troglodytes. So I have absolutely no meta knowledge. So I'm like, if I turn on this light in dark tunnel, is it gonna fucking like
Moth
cause
to
them to
flame.
scatter like roaches? Yeah, is it gonna cause them to scatter like roaches? Or are they gonna swarm us? Does Nyx know anything about these creatures?
You know that they
just
are
look like lizard men.
horrific, sort of like twisted humanoid lizard kind of things. They smell awful, and they love eating people.
Lovely. I light my lantern, and I pull my sleeve. I unclasp my sleeve and wrap it around my face like a mask to see if I could just try to block the fucking scent.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, it does not really seem to be working, but
I'm just gonna go forth. If Roll20 lets me,
Right?
with my lantern.
How
could you give yourself a lantern?
tall?
I would if Roll20 just let me do things fluidly, but every click and every move has a lag right now. Like even scrolling in the little journal section is laggy.
Same.
Weird,
Oh
I'm not
boy,
like,
that's why you really shit in the bed then.
fine. I don't know what y'all's problem is.
You happen to have a 12 core, so shut up.
How tall is this tunnel?
It seems to be about.
Jordan, you
About
don't have
7
the
feet tall or so.
update on drop. Or if you do, it's like weird.
Update
For the
on
dynamic
drag.
lighting. Yeah.
Whatever.
Looking inside, Theamos, as you sort of press into this place, you can see up ahead this tunnel seems to run for about 50 feet at a sort of natural decline from the waterfall. The sound of it seemed to starting to sort of fade away for a bit. And you can see the floor is wet and moss growing all along the walls and ceiling, well used and covered in these tracks of these strange sort of troglodyte creatures. And you can see that it forks up ahead. That's all you can tell from where you are currently. As Nyx, you can sort of hear from deeper within the continued chatter, a lot like you heard before with these things talking to each other, this sort of guttural, like almost common, but not really. There's no real words or syntax to it for you to understand, but they just seem to be communicating to each other. You can hear the roar of fire from within, and then you hear something just from a sort of echoing sound from within these caves. Ah! So something screaming from deeper within. And then and like louder chatter. Let me give Kishi vision, so please don't move.
I'm assuming that scream sound, not really
Person.
humanoid, but
Yeah.
humanoid.
Personoid.
Yeah, it sounded very personal. It didn't sound monstrous necessarily. You should have night vision, Kishi. You don't?
Well, I mean, I walked past this little area here, and my guy's in darkness. I can't see him.
He did
That's weird.
vision last time, so I don't know if you updated his token.
Because it says he has... Oh, you know what? It's on the wrong thingy. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Has sight. Can I set this to like 1? Yeah. There you go.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Gotta make sure to update it for the normal. The old-fashioned dynamic lighting. Yeah, as you hear that scream from within, and shortly thereafter, like I said, you hear some more of that chatter, and then up in front of you, you hear like a thud, like something dropping from up above, and sort of walking out, loping into view. Yeah. It seems to be snarling and moving towards, like it seems towards the left-hand side, and then it sort of blinks for a moment and looks at you, Nyx, holding this lantern. And then starts charging towards you, as I need you all to roll me some
Can I
initiative.
shoot it with my sacred flame? Oh, we gotta roll?
You can certainly roll initiative and shoot it with your sacred flame.
Yeah, right? Am I rolling initiative or I'm rolling sacred flame? Both? Both is fine.
Sorry, I missed it. How tall are the ceilings again?
In some places, about 10 feet. In other places, like it seems to vary from like 6 to 10 feet
Okay.
in various
No
places.
flying room then.
Not really, no.
I'm like having to bend down and stuff.
Yeah. It is a bit cramped. You're not necessarily squeezing, but it is tighter than you would like. As... Give me 1 second. Move this on over here with a little pop out. Good.
Sorry.
So you all in initiative? You guys click your tokens? I think I'm missing some people here.
I'm definitely in the initiative.
I'm in it.
I'm missing Atreus and Theamos.
Perfect. I clicked it.
There we go.
The Mercury's a 14.
What? I clicked it this time.
Mercury's not working. Uh-oh. Come on, Mercury, what's going on?
There he is, 15.
Everything okay.
You're still ain't going. Come on, Mercury.
I got nothing wrong over here with these freaking fish.
Alright. There he goes. Actually, that's a 14.6.
Here, give me
you go.
1 second here.
something on the map exploding.
Yeah.
Everything broken.
Yay! While you're doing that, I'm gonna reload Roll20 to see if that helps it like go faster.
Why does this image remind me of the Karate Kid?
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, because of the sequel, right? It was a sequel where he had to go put a bonsai tree on a waterfall or something like that.
What?
I don't remember because that's a
I
really long
haven't
time
seen
ago.
them, so.
And you guys are like half my age, so just
Credit
I
to
keep
us
forgetting
that old
that.
of a movie, yeah.
you saw both Karate Kids. Well, the ones
Sure.
with Rob Macchio.
I'm not gonna say I remember anything from them, but yeah.
Bear with me here. I'm just trying to see if I can do something to sort of like fix some of this performance here.
Or maybe it was the Hillary Swank one. Because I think he was in Okinawa for the second movie.
Okay, hopefully this will work. No cheating if you see something you're not supposed to. But hopefully this will perform better. I'm going to try out the new and improved dynamic lighting, and hopefully it functions. You might see, it looks like you might see into like some of the walls a little bit, but not through them. I'm not entirely sure why, to be honest. Okay, hold on. Okay, and all I have to do is give you guys some night vision. Who has dark vision? Does anyone not have dark vision? Just Atreus?
I don't, but Ibis does. Or no, wait, maybe I do.
I feel like.
You
I
probably
don't know if
do.
it's all nymphs. It might just be Nyx.
I feel
In
like
terms of nymphs.
I don't know. I felt like I didn't, and that I was surprised by that. You know what I mean? But I feel like the answer surprised me, and what surprises me is not having it.
Do you see
so I
dark
feel like I
vision
don't
on
have it.
Mercury sheet? No, it does not look like it. Okay, we just have sight. So all of you guys have sight. Atreus is a Hume. And then Bartholomeus, you have like weird dark vision, right?
Yeah. It still should be 60 feet though.
Yeah, but it's brought down to 30. Okay, I
Yeah,
think
I don't have.
I
dark
think we're
vision.
good, and I think this is noticeably fucking faster. Holy crap! All right, hopefully this works. No cheating. Love you guys. Let's see if this knocks it out here. All the cheating.
Oh, oof, it all broke.
I didn't see anything. All I saw was just the same thing.
I didn't see anything, but when I shifted a little bit, I did go through the wall, and I started seeing like rock.
So the trick is to go to the wall. Gotcha.
Yeah, don't go through the walls. Why did you see
I clipped
everything?
through the wall. I don't know.
Did anyone else see everything, or is it just Mel?
Look normal.
That's why you still reloading.
Only the bell rock.
It was darkness.
Looked fine until I moved, and I accidentally scooted through the wall.
Could it be that you accidentally gave, like, me as a player all vision? Because I'm the
No, I
cameras.
can't do that.
Oh, alright.
My Roll20's having a bit of a seizure.
Oh no.
All Alright, are you good, Brendan? Can you see?
It's hatching dragons.
Oh, yeah.
On repeat.
Just yourself, right?
Yes, I can still scoot myself through the wall. And yeah, I don't have line of sight on Mercury. Mercury can't see!
I'm still at the waterfall screen.
Yeah, I only moved him. Okay, can you still move yourself into the wall? Yeah, looks
I
like
can't get past the wall, but like when I scoot myself into the wall, I can see through it. Like, I can shove myself into the wall and I can see like down here into just like the purple that is the rock, but I can't actually move myself. It's like the corner of my token. Like the token is a square, and if like a corner of the square pokes through the wall, it lets me see through that little poke I made.
Yeah, nope, I see many things.
it doesn't even make any sense. Alright, Mel, you can't play anymore, sorry.
Alright, well, theater of the mind it, sure.
Okay, well, fucking roll 20.
But we gotta figure out how to get this on for stream.
It's gonna suffer. Hopefully, you can chug through it, I guess.
Just be a little lag. Take too bad.
Let me try refreshing. Oh, everything's black now. Ah, there we go.
And I switched it back to the old one.
Oh.
So, was it the fucking suffer? Inferior! You are up, my friend.
I know what I want to do, I promise. Roll 20 is just...
You need to resort.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Of course
Yeah.
you would know that.
It's
Sophia!
Yeah, okay, that makes more
You
sense.
butt.
I was like, what did I roll? 25? Huh.
Smarkle's gotta make sure she goes first.
Just seeing this thing come around the corner, first thing I need to do is slow it down, is I'm gonna scoot forward just enough, getting a good jump on this thing as it sort of eyeing us or we're eyeing it. I'm scooting past Theamos and firing off a beam of frost, trying to freeze its legs shut.
Alright.
Ooh! All the Ray of Frost crit!
Nice!
Hey, no 24 damage.
It's dead.
As- just as quickly as it turns to you, seeming to try to get at you, blast of cold energy courses through the caves. Not all that quiet
Gray beam.
as it dies immediately.
Well,
Impressive.
You can hear more chatter from within the caves to your right, as it sounds like something scrabbling or moving around nearby, as the sounds of your magic and the like begin to sort of echo and reverberate through these caves. What do you do?
I'm going to discover. Just scoot back into place and yeah, it's gonna be me. That's all I'm gonna do.
All right, Atreus.
Where did I hear the sound from? Relative to my position from over here?
Yeah, the initial like drop was from to your right, up towards the north, and then you hear the sounds of like more chatter and the scream from the south and to the left.
Oh, cutting ahead. Oh yeah, I can't see. Well, hopefully I don't have range weapons. And I'll dodge. Putting up my shield, not sure what I'm really defending against, but it sounds like something's about to come towards us.
Yeah, you can hear scrabbling and chattering up to your right, up in the darkness. You can't even really see that far. And also to your south, as things can see you, but you can't see them. Yeah,
Please don't have range weapons. Face me. We're back in stone.
These boys over here. Ooh. As Inferior comes to you. Mic check.
Push to talk.
I'd had it turned off.
There you go.
Ibis is gonna go first. And he's gonna come over to Atreus. That is Inferior. I grabbed the wrong token. I can function.
I believe in you.
Come on, computer. It was just working. Okay.
I believe in your computer.
Ibis is gonna come over to Atreus. And Ibis can see. Why is Ibis not? Ibis has dark vision. Can I get Ibis's sight lines? Sorry. Right now it's all just dark for Ibis. But
As Ibis would be able to see
aha, sweet. Thank you.
two of these troglodytes down to the south here and here, turned towards Atreus.
Wait, so it's just like a dead end there? What? Okay, interesting.
And you can see like a sort of a thin bridge up to the north. You're seeing the edge of that bridge.
Okay.
With a few, you can see like a few more troglodyte heads poking over the top of it.
Interesting. And so then Ibis is going to. Oh my gosh, my computer. This is so frustrating. Ibis is going to. There we go. Now I can see things. Ibis is going to screech at this creature. Come on. Okay, whatever. Yeah, there we go. For daring to maybe attack Atreus in the future.
Gotcha. Otherwise, it needs to make a con save, right?
Yes. It's a con save. It's gone
With
up
a
in the
7, it's not going to make it. So let me get that
No.
psychic damage. This screech reverberates out into this thing's mind.
for
An
8.
ear-splitting cry. As that cry does take hold for 8 damage and seems to reverberate once again through the caverns. And you can hear the chattering inside
my
grow
nose.
even louder.
Oops, Ibis. Ibis did an oops. That's alright.
Sorry, the first time I ever played with these guys, I did an oops too. I was like, all right, let's just thunderwave the kobolds. Oh, here come all the kobolds. It's fine.
Oh no! We're gonna learn today.
And then Inferia is going to stay where she is, but she's going to ready her chakram for the first beastie that comes in sight.
All right. Bartholomeos. We got some hunting to do. It comes to you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna start creeping my way alongside. How much movement do I got? I guess I have enough to get, like, well, I'll try and squeeze in between these two. Come up to about here. Ah, I can see a guy that way. Nothing else that way. Let me make sure I'm not cheating here with movement. Yeah, I've got plenty.
Pivoting down south past Atreus, you can see this troglodyte sort of holding at its side, blood seeming to sort of weave between its fingers down its length, reeling from pain from this cry from Ibis, as it just sees you and tries to move out of the way, but your great axe slams home. As these guys are not hard to hit, as the 13 will easily connect. Let me get that damage. Ooh, 15 damage as this guy just, and he sees this large 8-foot-tall minotaur standing in front of him, and he barely has time to register it as he's just cut in half. Pieces falling to the ground, dead.
Okay, so I can't hold my extra attack, right?
No.
Okay. So then I am done.
All right. As this guy is dead, you can hear the chatter again as from up above, dropping down next to Atreus, and coming at you. Let me get 3 defense rolls, DC 16, as a flurry of claws and teeth come your way.
Can I technically see him? I can't see most of him.
Yeah, you have enough light to see his actual token, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see enough of him to defend yourself.
Right.
I just checked your lighting.
2.
And plus you have advantage from dodging, readying your defenses, easily able to fend off its animalistic blows. No real rhyme or reason to them, just hunger. As Mercury, it comes to you, friendo.
Attacked by a wild animal as he advances his way up here, not real comfortable in these closed places, bitching and moaning about ceilings and the like. He is going to come up around here and do. He's going to cast a little frostbite on this creature up here, seeing Atreus is a little bit in the way, wanting to avoid hitting his ally. He's going to... Is this actually attack roll? It is. Never mind. For some reason I thought it was a saving throw. He's just going to fire off a firebolt, seeming like the jig is up, a little bit more light, may even illuminate the area a little bit more. He's going to fire off a firebolt off it. 16.
16 will connect for 13 damage as this thing gets engulfed in flames and falls down to the ground dead. In one shot. Nicely done.
Nice.
Let's just test him. I still don't have line or sight on Mercury.
I don't think he has dark vision.
Oh, he doesn't?
But is my torch giving light for people?
Yeah, that's the only reason.
Oh yeah, I
torch
can
even
see. Gotcha. Yeah. Never mind, it's working. I just didn't realize he didn't have dark vision.
Yeah, he has wings instead of dark vision. Fair trade.
That'll be him.
All right, Nyx, it comes to you.
All right, so I hear them surrounding us. I'm going to come up behind Atreus, and I am going to cast my magic as a pool of darkness is going to spread out from my feet, and we are standing upon a platform of stars, as I'm going to cast Spirit Guardian.
Nice.
And hopefully that will deter anything coming near us. I think that's an action. Okay, that's an action. That's what it do. That's it for me. I'll set my aura.
Oof. All right, because you step forward, bringing forth your lantern, shedding light up onto this bridge, you can see this strange sort of two-headed dog statue atop it, unmoving, but to its left and right, more of these strange troglodytes coming towards you.
Wait, what?
So that's above. So they're coming in from like another floor.
Yeah, they're dropping down off of this. It's like you know, just a simple like 10-foot like distance, but it is a crossway or a bridge that you would be able to walk underneath. A sort of archway.
I hope they ready to make fucking saves.
Gonna take that fall damage if they're trying to jump down on us.
Yeah, true. But yeah, that's it for me. That's my turn.
It is 9.9 feet high. As Theamos, it comes to you.
So I'm gonna try and slip through people.
Yeah, we're really bad at this making room thing.
Yeah.
It's hard in caves, that's the point.
Wow, my vision went away.
Lantern died.
Is that an extra 5 feet just to slip past them? And I can no longer. Oh, wait, no, everything's going dark.
Lantern! Lantern, come back!
Lantern, come back.
You all see?
Yeah.
Ibis can't see the bridge, but I don't know if he's supposed to be able to see the bridge.
Yeah, I got rid of the dynamic lighting line, so you'd be able to see above it.
I saw it for a moment, and now I don't.
It might
Yeah.
have went back to the dynamic lighting layer. Yep, it did. Okay. Weird. Let's move you to the weather layer. There we go.
Nice.
From here, I will hold my action to stab a bitch if they get near me.
All right, bitches are getting near. Quite a number of them, as this one is going to move here. Coming after you.
Can I see it?
It keeps going back.
I don't think I can see it.
No, I don't think you can. It's a bit out of vision. As 24 will connect for 13 damage. This thing hops down towards you, teeth bared, claws coming at you for swipes. Easily able to take it out in midair. It just drops down to the ground, dead. Death rattle escaping from it. As more and more move towards you. As this one moves in the same space, trying to smack and bite the crap out of you, Theamos. 3 defense rolls, DC 16.
Did it make its save for the thing when it entered?
That's right. Fucking Spirit Guardians.
Yeah.
16.
I think that just makes it. Yeah, that just makes it.
Half damage.
Yeah, give me that spicy damage roll.
Take 6. 6 radiant.
6 radiant. Some of these sort of starry spears come out of the ground, slowing and piercing into it, burning away at it, but still able to connect with 2 attacks, a bite and a claw on, oh dear, Theamos. 4 bites and claw, hya, and hya, for 4 damage from the bite, and claw damage. Come on. 3 damage from the claw. As this troglodyte moving towards you as well, Theamos. Reaching down from the bridge, there seems to be like no actual railing, it's just like a sort of stone walkway, as you can feel it grabbing at your shoulders, trying to grab at you. Give me an athletics or acrobatics check. Whew. As a 12 is definitely not going to do it. You sort of muscle, or how do you this thing trying to grab it, you're trying to pull at your shoulders. How do you break away from it?
I just kind of, as he's just trying to grab me up, he realizes that I'm just far too heavy for him. I just kind of wrestle my shoulders away from his hands as I pull him down.
He seems to be more than willing to come down anyway, trying to get at you, but unable to do so, unable to capitalize on its multi-attack after trying to grab you. As I think I got one more duder. Yeah, because he's dead. Alright, let's see. How am I going to do this?
He has something to say if he comes down.
Ah, yes. Cool.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
It's fine.
Wisdom save. Not gonna make it.
Yeah, no, get fucked. Because he's gonna take, oh god, 14 damage.
Ooh, 14 damage as
As
he's like
he's-
the hand sort of grabbing out at Theamos. Theamos easily able to move himself away, just too heavy. As your spirit guardians, how do they kill this thing for trespassing into your domain?
From this pool, almost like the night sky manifest in liquid form, these shards are going to just jut up and strike out at this creature.
As it is dead. Yeah.
And then they recede back into the puddle.
Alright, so the last troglodyte. You can see, look at your like strange magics on the ground, this assembly of strong, muscled, and armored men at the front. And turn and run. You can hear chattering and screaming from it as it runs through the caverns deeper within. And as it screams, you can hear screams echo up from within as it sounds like the rest of the cave seems to become alerted to your presence. Things are going to be quite interesting with how they proceed. But we'll have to find out how they'll proceed next Sunday, as with the end of this cycle of initiative, that is what we're going to call tonight's session. One, so that way Mercury doesn't miss out on everything that's happening, and two, so we can try to see if we can rectify things so this long excursion through lots of dynamic lighting goes smoother for the future and for your enjoyment on the stream as well. So, it is a little bit early, but we're going to have to call it here for Heroes of Thylea.
Understandable.
Yes.
Hold on to this initiative. And the fun part is, since we're in the middle of combat, dun, 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 you know what that means when Brendan comes on back to deliver his mythic inspiration recap. You'll have 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
We will not be resetting as we come back, as things are going to be quite intense. So buckle up and be here next Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern to catch more Heroes of Thylea, where we may run a little long next week. So be prepared for that and for lots of fun fights and exploring the Mithril Mines now that you finally made it and didn't drown in a river. But with that, I want to thank you all so much for watching, for being here with us. I certainly hope you enjoyed tonight's session. I hope to see you again in the future. We do have multiple games a week here on Lionhead Gaming. We have Kingdoms of the South as the Apex Alliance, our group in that game, explore the Feywild and try to wrestle with strange otherworldly magics and try to figure out how to close these portals, allowing Fey wild energy into the material plane, mutating and creating horrific monsters and abominations. The Apex Alliance need to put a stop to that, so be sure to tune in for that at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. And then we got a big old arena fight coming up, baby. This Thursday night at Song of Rapture right here on Lionhead Gaming at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. The Valiant Vanguard have challenged the ancient pharaoh, this strange, otherworldly undead serpent or snake of the White Seas. But before that, they must prove themselves against the titans of old with a massive, gigantic, it seems, perhaps dinosaur to their right, and a monumental ape to their left, along with a host of other primates and dinosaurs. That is only the first round in what is sure to be an exciting arena match, and you do not want to miss out on what happens to the Valiant Vanguard. So tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for that. And then we'll be right on back, right here, live at 5 p.m. Eastern, as the Oracle's Chosen continue their push in through these vermin and the proverbial tide that is getting ready to wash over them. Will they survive? Will they be able to persuade the Forge Keeper to aid their cause? Will they have to confront the mythical Cerberus? All these questions and more will hopefully be answered next week, so be sure to tune in for it. I want to thank you one final time so much for watching. We're going to find someone excellent playing some D&D of their own to host, and I want to bid you adieu after reminding you that we have a wonderful Discord that you can join. Be sure to join and come talk to us about our games, your games, D&D in general. Argue with me, Brendan, and all the other people that argue about things, about like spell casting or whatever. I don't know. What's our latest argument been? I don't remember. What was the last thing we were fighting about? Brendan, you're always starting shit. Spell flavor?
No, that was a while ago. What's the last thing we talked about?
We always circle back to spell flavors, though.
The benefits and downsides of low-powered world.
That's right. Low magic. Is it worth it? Should you do it? Should you just play another game? My opinion is yes. So hop on in so you can argue about that and the merits therein and other things as well. Discuss video games and anime and pop culture and just share memes and have a grand old time. And so it is with that I bid you adieu. And as always, may your dice roll 20s and you always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Toodles!